Hello, hello. We are live for our Galentine's Bead Around the World party. JessieJamesBeads.com and SoftFlexCompany.com have gathered together to create this wonderful 5-hour event. I've never streamed this long before. Hopefully it doesn't give out. If it does, we'll just start another stream. So look for it. If you see me, if you see it pop off, just come look for me again on the Soft Flex Company Facebook page or YouTube channel. We're streaming lots of different places. We're actually streaming right to Jessie James Beads on Facebook, Soft Flex on Facebook, our VIB studio group on Facebook, as well as our Soft Flex YouTube channel. So if you hear us mention comments or things that you're not seeing, it's probably because someone's in a different stream. Don't worry about it. We're going to try to all have fun on all the different streams that we're coming to. And we are so excited today. We have 5 amazing designers. A few of them are here with me right now. And so I'm going to show them in. Let me unmute them. And we'll have a quick chit chat before we get Jem going, who is all the way in the UK. Hi, ladies.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Yeah, we have Jem Hawks kicking us off today in the United Kingdom.
And evening from the UK.
Yes. And then we're going to Kay Goss over there on the East Coast, USA. And then we're heading over to Arizona, where we're going to see Kristen Fagan, and we're going to see Brittany Chavers. And then we're going all the way to Maui, Hawaii with our friend Christy.
Oh,
my
so fun.
Is frozen. Are you guys seeing everything okay out there?
Yeah, we're A-okay.
Hi, everybody. Woo!
So, yeah. How are you all seeing us? Oh, we just lost Sarah.
Hi, folks.
So, hey, everyone. Kristen
I see
here.
Vicky and Alina and Karen, a few people popping up. Lynn's.
Oh, my gosh. We have 89 of you watching us already in just the 2 minutes that we went live. So, thank you all for being here with us. Sarah must have just had a little blip before and then popped off, and she'll be back in just a second.
I see people are coming in from Ohio and Louisiana, so I really want to hopefully see the whole world in here.
I know, isn't it amazing? Yeah. I love how
everybody hopping on, share this around the world. So get this liked and shared, and let's get the party going, right?
Think about
absolutely. Yeah.
What beading friends do I have somewhere really far away that I can go share this with?
Right.
Right? And that would be really fun. Oh, we got Colorado, Pennsylvania, California.
Yeah. All right. I see Florida. I see California. I see New York, Indiana, Connecticut. Ooh, I love it. I love when people tell me where they're coming in from. Let's see how far we can go.
Right, exactly.
Right. So throw it out there. We've got Texas and Pennsylvania. Nobody from South Carolina?
Oregon, Nebraska. Sally says 5 hours. Someone get Sarah some caffeine. I think Sarah just said forget it, and she just left. So I think that she's out of here.
Together, we're done.
Maybe she went to go
get caffeine. Yeah, exactly. Well, we've got Rana over in Rhode Island. That's about as far off onto the east coast of the U.S.
I see.
Are you someone from Guam? Oh, yes. For real? Awesome.
Oh, fabulous. That's awesome.
My brother used to live in Guam. Oh, we got Canada.
Yeah.
Sarah's
it's nice having everybody check in. That's really cool. I like that. And I know it's evening. We were talking to Jem a little earlier. It's evening over across the pond. So I know it's going into evening time. So for some of you over there in Europe, by the time I get around, it's going to be ridiculous o'clock. But this is still saved in the the group, right? So you can go back and watch it if you miss something. So that's nice. Better live, but if you have to sleep at night or whatever, then
I mean,
you can
sometimes I guess we have to. If you're tossing and turning because you just can't believe you're missing it, come back and join us.
Exactly, right.
You can always tune back in. We're going to be here a while.
And then you can check out the replay. I mean, it's Super Bowl weekend, right? So, the girls need some sleep. So I feel like this is perfect while that's running.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Super
That's
Bowl
great. Did
event
you do it on purpose?
I know. A lot of time I end up at Tucson sometimes for Super Bowl. So I think like it kind of missed it this year.
Yeah.
Because I know there's been plenty of times I've been down there and, my husband's like, but we've got Super Bowl stuff to do. I got beading to do.
Good alternative to that. Yeah. Looks like we got some folks upstate New York, Michigan, Shaquita from Kansas. We got all kind of folk coming in here. That's awesome.
I got my Virginia. Hey, Ellen. It's good to see you on here.
Melanie is asking, is Sarah James going to join us? Well, Sarah James is actually out cruising right now. It just worked out. She had a special event with her love, and they went out on a cruise for it this weekend. So
that's cool.
She will be here in spirit, but she's not actually going to be able to join us on the live at all. But go ahead, Sarah. You're back. You want me to put you in the hot seat?
Sure. I don't know what happened. Hopefully that wasn't a precursor to what's going to happen all afternoon. I broke the internet with this bead around the world situation. We'll see. We'll make it work. But I don't want to eat too much into Jem's time because she has some really beautiful things to show us. So thank you so much, Christy and Kay and Kristen. I don't know if you're sticking around, but we will see you in your given time slots. And I'm so excited to spend time with each of you this afternoon. For me, evening for others, morning for some. We're going to have a great time.
Yeah,
cool. Well, have fun, Jem. Have fun, everybody, with Jem. Bye, guys.
Have fun, everybody. I'll see you all a little bit later.
And Jem, before we get going, I am going to take my little hand cam here. Let's see. Let's make that the main image. Bye. I made you big. I wasn't supposed to. Let me.
You promised, Sarah.
I'm sorry. I thought you were
going to look fabulous.
I promised Kay, I put her on the spot, you guys, to come on to say hello to all of you, and she wasn't prepared for it. She was in her morning gear still, but thankfully, she looks fabulous all the time, whether she thinks so or not. So here's our two kits for Galentine's Day. And so each of the designers received 2 full kits, but they partition out the kits to use different parts of it for their designs. And this is actually more challenging than one gives credit to. I know because I've done these parties before. When you get just a single strand of beads or one bead mix and then maybe a couple of special components, it can be really tricky to decide what to make that's going to feel super special. And the designers today really blew it out of the park. So we've got in the Jessie James bead kit, which is sold out, unfortunately, but do remember they have similar things. So if you really like something you see, like from Christy making the little jewel box, or from Jem when she's going to make her pendant or earring parts, you can always go to Jessie James Beads and find bead mixes in lots of different colors that will work in a very similar fashion. So keep that in mind. And same with the Soft Flex parts and pieces. You can always pick a different color of beading wire or grab crimps in a different metal tone. There's lots of other options or things that you can change up about the design if you missed the kits, okay? So first and foremost, let's look at Jem's mix. Jem got this lovely little mix. It is called the Gothic Romance Mini Bead Mix. It's a mix of black and clear and red, and I'm sure we'll see it more in depth as she's doing her design today. Then we gave the flowers and chocolate mini bead mix to Christy Friesen. So that's what she'll be using for her little keepsake box. This beautiful purple amethyst garden mixture went to Kay Goss at Stars Beads. And this beautiful champagne heart strand, which I just love. I mean, what's better for Valentine's Day than this strand? Kristen nabbed this one up quickly. She really loved it. So she'll be using that one. Brittany Chavers chose the Sweet Dreams bead strand, which is also beautiful, lovely purples. If you're a purple gal, you're going to love that. And then they got one of our Soft Flex supply kits as well. So in that, we have a package of epoxy sculpt. I think we have a couple of our full supply kits left, like 2 of them. I mean, really, when I say a couple, I mean like really there are just like 2. All of the bead mixtures are sold out though. So if you get the supply kit, you'll have to pick different beads from Jessie James Beads from their open supplies on their website. We do have extras of just this. So if you find when you make your project with Christy, you love it, you can go to softflexcompany.com. We have a couple extra package of these. When I say a couple in that case, I feel like we have like a dozen of them. So not that many, but we have a few extras if you want to grab one. And what else? Also in the supply kit were a mixture of 2 different colors of Soft Flex beading wire in our 019 diameter. We've got the purple amethyst and the copper color. We have a beautiful strand that came from Stars Beads, and you can pick these up from her in lots of different colors and other shapes and sizes. So we'll talk with her about that when she comes back. But we have this beautiful purple strand in there. We've got 2 spools of Soft Flex craft wire in Jem's preferred gauges for her project. She chose the 18 gauge and the 26 gauge, and we did it in a non-tarnished copper color, which is super fun with the Valentine colors, like the purples and the pinks. It's kind of an unexpected pairing. And then we have a great little vintage heart blank in there that Kristen's going to be using. We added some lobster clasps, some ear wires, and of course, some of our beautiful Soft Flex crib tubes. So that is, I think that's everything. I'm going to head over to Jem. Is it just us now? Let me see what we got. Yay!
Welcome to the chaos that is my home.
I'm so glad you're here. And this is our first time talking, even on camera, I think. We did an event before together, but we were on at 2 separate times, I think.
Our paths did not cross. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you, so to speak. It's lovely to be involved. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. Yeah,
we're really glad to have you, Jem. And you were telling me you're having a bit of a day. So we're excited. We're excited to turn that around. Absolutely. And spend a little time with you, and then you can go relax and have fun after this, because it's already 9 o'clock in the UK, you guys. It's 9 p.m. over where Jem lives. So she's already in nighttime mode here, whereas some of us, like Kay, is still in morning mode. I'm still in morning mode. Christy's definitely in morning mode. So it's kind of fun to see people all around the world making jewelry. And I've always thought that concept is so spectacular. And I want to build on this concept. So don't be surprised if one of these days I have someone from Australia and Africa and UK
absolutely
really going around the whole way, because I feel like that it's just such a special thing that we do that everyone does in every culture. And
absolutely, there's a whole different bunch of reasons for getting involved in all kinds of crafting. Some people take to painting, some people take to writing poetry or prose or books or whatever, but for me, I really found myself in crafting with wire. So that's the thing that it's the thread that binds us all, is that creative aspect. And what better way to enjoy an evening for me? A morning, an afternoon, whatever time it is. Sound has gone off for Sarah, so I'm just going to chat to you a little bit more about my kit for the moment. I was lucky enough to get the Gothic Romance mini bead mix, which I'm going to show you on the board in a second.
Why?
Oh, we've got a little interloper's voice. Can you hear that, Sarah? I don't know if you can hear that, but I can definitely hear somebody else coming through. But we have got a beautiful collection of beads, and I'm going to be working with one of the pair of earring wires. I'm also going to be working primarily with the 18 gauge gorgeous Soft Flex craft wire. It's a non-tarnish copper color. It's a beautiful color, and it's a beautiful fluidity to work with. So the projects that I have lined up for you are going to be a simple earring suitable for absolute beginners to wire work. This could be your first time with wire. This is going to be suitable for you. And then I'm going to make a slightly more interesting variation of that project, which you can make as earrings, you can make as well. I'm using a different set of beads in each of those projects. And then at the very end, if there's time, I want to share with you a bonus project that builds on the techniques we're going to learn together. And you can take that one, make it into a pendant if you like, or just take it and run with it and do a whole bunch of different things. So what I'd like to do is switch you down now to my other board. Let's see if my mouse is awake. Here we go. I'm going to switch you down to the board, and we're going to have a closer look at some of the bits and bobs. So there were so many beautiful pieces in the kit that we received for Galentines from the beautiful Soft Flex company and Jessie James Beads. So these are the projects that we're going to make today. I'm going to make them up as a pair of earrings, and you can choose what you want to do with the pieces that you make. You can make them into earrings, into charms. And the last one, I made it a little bit larger. I mean, you could wear it as earrings if you wanted to, but I'm saying that that could possibly also be a pendant. So I have used some of the beads out of my little kit, the Gothic Romance bead mix. There's loads that I haven't worked with yet. And that's the idea of a kit like this. It really opens you up to inspiration. There's loads of different beautiful pieces that you can work with in a kit like this. So I'm just going to pop those over to one side for now. And if we haven't met before, my name is Jem. I'm coming to you from the UK. And we are going to start with some non-tarnish copper wire in the 18 gauge. And I'm going to cut myself for the entry level earring, which is this one. And I promise you, even if it's your first time to working with wire, absolutely do give it a go, because I feel if you're anything like me, you will soon be very interested in what you can create with wire in terms of jewellery. So I have initially a 6-inch length of my 18 gauge wire, and this again is the non-tarnish copper. So 6 inches to begin with. Now, if you've never, ever worked with wire before, my first and most important piece of advice to you is that if you warm that wire through, even just a couple of times between your thumb and forefinger, you will have a much funner time. Appreciating that funner probably isn't actually a word, but it does make the most sense. Get that a little bit more warm and a little bit more fluid, and the wire genuinely will do a little bit more of what you want it to. So the first tool that I'm going to work with are my round nose pliers. And we're going to start by creating a little double spiral. And one of the reasons I love teaching a design like this is because it gives you an opportunity to learn some very basic key techniques in working with wire. Hello to Norway, how are you? And what we're going to do is take the very tip of our pliers, round nose pliers to the very end of that wire. And I'm going to start by just rotating the pliers around until I get a circular form. Now, I'm not trying to press that too hard because I don't want any funny angles. I want a really lovely circular form, and then the wire swoops gently away. What I'm going to do is give that a gentle squish. I'm using my bent chain nose pliers. You could use standard chain nose pliers or any flat facing pliers. The next thing I'm going to do is remember to breathe between sentences. And then I'm going to grab hold of that little loopy shape we've made, and I'm going to push that loop into the forefinger on my non-dominant hand. Now, I'm right paw, so if you are south paw and you just wish to reinvert this the opposite direction, please do what is most comfortable for you. But what I'm doing is I'm keeping the disc shape that we're creating flat, so it's in the same orientation as the table. And I'm just going to push that wire carefully and small amounts into that non-dominant forefinger until I get a second section of wire running around outside that first section. So if I bring that up slightly, you can see I've got one swoop around and then another swoop around, and then the wire's just coming off in that lovely straight line. I'm going to give that one last little warm through before I flip the design over. Now, one of the reasons I like to use bent chain nose pliers, it gives me access to bits of the wire that you wouldn't necessarily get with chunky pliers, but it also allows me to show you by holding the wire underneath and trying to get my fingers out of the way. So I've come down a little way and I've just put a very sharp grip, a very firm grip on that wire. And I'm bringing the wire back up now to make the second side of our heart. So if you imagine this is the right hand lobe of my heart, we've come down the side and we've got a V shape at the bottom. Now, how your heart is going to be is exactly how you want it to be. Some people like to design their hearts in jewellery in an asymmetric way. Some people like them to have a little bit of a curvy section down at the base. Some people like that to be straight. It's absolutely up to you how you design this project. It's my desire to get people excited to work with wire and to get people interested in the techniques that you can achieve with it. So we've got the first half of our heart set already. And if you very, very gently, I'm taking the flat sides of my pliers and I'm just very gently opening and closing on what we've done so far. And what that does is it slightly strengthens that wire so that it stays in position. The next tool I'm going to go back to are my round nose pliers, and I'm going to flip the design over. At the moment, it doesn't really matter which way you have the spiral. The spiral could be on the left or on the right. I'm going to take those round nose pliers and just tilt the design upwards slightly. And what I'm going to do is start rotating gently, just doing this with my pliers opening and closing until I get a round form that's opposite to where we started with that spiral. So you might like to use bail making pliers if you have them, and I'm just going to pull the end of the wire now until it crosses back down the middle of that design. Now at this stage it's very easy for your little heart shape to be higher on one side or lower on the other side. This looks pretty symmetrical to me, but if you needed it to be slightly higher, you can just rotate the pliers away from you and it will take that side higher. You can see that's already gone up. Or if it's too far up, rotate the pliers in the opposite direction so they're going away from you, and you can rotate that side of the heart down like so. Now the next section that we're going to work on is creating this design. So this is the basis of today's design, which is a little heart shape on the end of an elongated piece of wire. So if I flick that around in the light, you should be able to see that. And there we go. What we're going to do now is just grip from underneath with those bent chain nose pliers again. And I'm going to take that tail of wire that's coming straight down. And I'm going to push the wire up, and it's literally just underneath that heart shape. Push that all the way back up so you get a little loop down in that central section. So what we're going to do next is just tighten that loop up. What the easiest way to do this is just to very, very gently give it a tiny squish with those pliers, just to tighten it up, and then straighten up that central wire so that it sits up in the middle. And again, if you feel that the heart is a little bit lopsided, it's a little bit too much on one side, you can put those pliers back in and move it around slightly until it sits exactly where you want it to. I'm going to give that another little bit of a squeeze, like so, and then pull that up to the center. So if I flick that in the light, you should be able to see that shining. What we're going to do now is add on the first of our bead choices. Now this is the absolute entry level version that we're going to make today. So for this one, I chose to use 4 of these beautiful, they're almost hematite coloured discs, and 1 of the semi-coated faceted rondelles, which hopefully, if things have gone to plan, should be in my little heart dish. So we're going to load those beads on, one at a time, always taking our time. And the joy of a design like this is you can take a look at your bead stack, and if you don't like it, take them off and try something different instead. So let's allow those to all sit down into position. So I'm quite happy with how that's looking so far, but if I wasn't, I could play around with the design and just make that fit exactly what aesthetic I'm going for. Now, if I'm making earrings, I quite like them to be symmetrically opposite one another. So if you're making these as earrings, obviously you're going to need to take a second to get those hearts the same size, and you may like to have the spiral on the right-hand side on one of them and on the left-hand side on the other one. In the grand scheme of things, once they're on each side of your head, it doesn't really matter if they've both got spirals on the right. Welcome to people joining us today here at Soft Flex and Jessie James Beads. So I'm going to show you now another key technique of working with wire, which is the wrapped loop. What we're going to do is grip across that wire. Now the heart is still in the same orientation, so it's flat down to the board, and I'm going to grip above where my beads are sitting. And what I'm going to do is use that small dimension across the tip of those pliers to give me a space before I turn that wire forwards. And if I flip the design sideways now, you'll see that we've got approximately a right angle bend going forwards on the design. And just bearing in mind which side you want that spiral to be. I've got mine both on the right because I'm probably going to use these as charms, but you have the option to do that the other way around if you prefer. So to create a wrapped loop, again, if you're making these as earrings, try to get the loop to be the same size. So you could put a mark on your round nose pliers with a marker pen, and then in that way you'll be able to get the exact same dimension every time. So let me just grab hold of that design now, and I've got the section of wire coming forwards, and I'm going to rotate my pliers, my round nose pliers again, around halfway to get the start of a half circle shape. Pop those pliers back in, and then I'll draw that wire all the way around to create a loop shape. Once I've withdrawn the pliers, you'll be able to see that little loop shape like so. Thank you so much for your kind words. Much appreciating your company today. What I'm going to do now is hold on to that round form. Now, importantly, when you're working with wire, if you go really, really hard at it and you grip hold where one wire is crossing over the top of another and you squeeze, you'll weaken the wire, and we definitely don't want that. We want this to be nice and strong and to last for ages and ages. So once I'm happy with that loop shape up at the top in terms of its size, and in terms of it's as round as I want it to be, I'm going to grip just the loop shape, but not where the wires cross over. What I'm going to do now is take the tail all the way around, once, twice, and a third time to fill that gap. Now, if this is the front of my design, I've elected that I want that spiral to be seen on the right-hand side of my heart. So what I want to do is trim the wire at the back of the design so it is seen less. So I just turn that around until it's in the best possible situation for me to trim the wire. Now, one of the most heartbreaking things that happened to me when I first started working with wire it's cutting the wrong bit. So we try to avoid that where we can. What I'm going to do is look twice. I'm on the back of the design. I'm going to trim the wire with my semi-flush cutters as close as I can. And I'm going to reserve that to make a spiral with at another date. One of the things you'll hear me see multiple times if you listen to me a lot is put it in the scrap pot, because I'll always find a use for all but the tiniest bit. Now, if I bring this up towards the camera, it'll go a little bit blurry, but you can see that round, sharp end. What we don't want is that sharp end catching on hair, scarves, skin, clothes, etc. So what we're going to do is take those pliers, being very mindful of our beads, and we're just going to squish that last little tail down. And the key way to finish off that little squish is to pop your pliers over the end section, and you can rotate your pliers around. So the wire's coming over the top and it truncates just at the top there. If I move my pliers softly around in that direction, we really smooth down that very last cut piece. So it's no longer shiny and sticky outy, it's smooth and flat. So that is our entry level. Now you can use that as a mini pendant. It's a lovely little heart-shaped design. Or you can use that as a charm. You can use that as an extender charm. I don't know about you, but when I'm making necklaces to sell, I'll often add in a 2-inch extender to accommodate different neck sizes. And I'll often put a little bead on the back of the extender so that it's something nice to hang down the back of the neck. Now, something like this really takes it to a whole new level. Obviously, you can size that down with smaller beads and smaller hearts. But instead of just having a head pin with a single bead or a charm that you've had to purchase, you can make your own. So that is our entry level, absolute beginners friendly. You can make those as earrings if you focus on keeping those hearts the same size, or you can have them as little individual pendants, bridesmaids gift, whatever you want to do. So what I want to do next is show you an alternative design, much along the same kind of theme. We're starting in the same way. In this version, I'm going to show you how to get a slightly chubbier heart with a nice deep point down at the bottom. Good morning to Sydney, Australia. Hello, hello, welcome. And I'm also going to show you how to gently wrap around the outside of your beads instead of finishing with a simple little wrapped loop up at the top. So you've got lots of different ways that you can create this design, from the beginner friendly, this is your first time with wire, and if you get on with that and you think that's a lot of fun and you'd like to go even further, I'm going to show you the next step now. So I'm starting with, again, this is our beautiful Soft Flex wire. In the 18 gauge, I'm using non-tarnish copper. And this time I've cut around about 10 inches. We need just slightly more wire to ensure we've got enough to do this little fanciful wire wrap. I'm going to show you that slightly closer to begin with. So what we're doing is an effect I like to call haloing. So we're going to create almost the same design, but we're going to take it up a step. Thank you so much for your kind comments, and thank you for joining us today. We're going to halo those beads in a moment. So let's start in much the same way by warming that wire. So I'm now working with a 10-inch length of that beautiful non-tarnish copper in 18 gauge, all part and parcel of the gorgeous Galentine's kit, and I'm giving that a lovely warm smooth through. Again, we will start with that little double coil, so at the very tip of the pliers, at the very end of that wire, circling around until we get that first little circular form. It's a little bit like a teardrop at the moment, and I'm going to give that a gentle squish and then start pushing it into my non-dominant finger. Excuse me, been talking all day. So there we have our double spiral. You can see how that's moved around in much the same way. And I'm going to flip that design over so that that's going to become the top right of our heart again. I might make that slightly larger. What you do need to be aware of is if you've started with 10 inches, you need to kind of go for either a 2 or a 2.5 runs around that little spiral. If you start going for 3 wraps or 4 wraps, make sure you cut yourself extra wire. You can make it as large as you want to, but you'll just use slightly more wire. So a little bit of heat into that next section of wire we're going to work, I'm going to grip hold again from underneath with those bent chain nose pliers, just so I can show you, and push the wire back in the opposite direction. So it's starting to come back on itself. So again, for me, because I'm right dominant, I'm going to flip the design over and grab my round nose pliers again and just start rotating them down until I get that lovely curvy shape opposite the first lobe of the heart that we created, and then gently draw the wire down. Now, another thing that I learned quite soon with working with wire is if you're aggressive and snappy and hard and fast with the wire, it's much less kind back to you. So if you take your time and you put a bit of warmth and you put a bit of thinking into things, you'll definitely get more from your wire work. Again, if the little side of the heart is too high, as this one is, you can very gently rotate your pliers away from you, and as if by magic, that heart moves down. Exactly the same as we did with the first heart, I'm going to grip just on the side of that rounded heart lobe and push the wire back up. And again, in exactly the same way, I'm going to give that a delicate little pinch before straightening that central wire up by hand. Now, if you want to add a little bit more definition, as I have done here, you can put a little bit of a squish just here, put the pliers in underneath, squish that way, and you get a nice little point down at the base of the heart like so. Once I'm happy with that heart shape, and you still have an opportunity to just move that around gently if you need to, but once I'm happy with it, you can, if you wish to, hammer that very, very carefully and very gently, or you can apply some work hardening just by opening and closing your flat facing pliers to squish that wire multiple times, squishy, squishy, and that will just set the shape a little bit. We're doing a little bit of gentle work hardening. So for this design, I chose to work with, first of all, a black faceted matte opaque rondelle, and then a gorgeous clear crystal bicone. They're lovely beads, really beautiful collection. And then another one of the same black matte opaque rondelles. So I think that's quite an elegant colorway at all times. Now we're going to create another wrapped loop up at the top. I'm just going to pop this down for a second because I want to show you the key differences between the beginner's design and the next level up. And it's something that you might want to think about with whichever earring design you're looking to use, because not all earring findings are created in the same way. So the first section we made had the loop going from front to back, so you can wear that as a pendant if you wish to, or you can use a jump ring to add that into your earrings. If you are going to work with the earring findings that we have in this beautiful Soft Flex and Jessie James Beads Galentine's kit, you will want your loop at the top to go sideways. So it will be in the same orientation as the heart itself. I'm going to show you how to do that in a moment, but this is the reason why. I'm going to pop that earring finding in, and you'll see that once that sits in the lobe, you'll get the best aspect of the jewelry that you're making. So let me just pop that design down and we will continue to make the second half. Now what we don't want to do with this piece is to push those beads down too tight. We want a little bit of space in actual fact, because we're going to need to wrap wire down at the bottom. So the way that I ensure that there is enough space is I just pinch down here where the wire comes away from the heart shape and allow a couple of wraps of wires worth of space. And then up here at the top, I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to allow a little bit more space than I think I need. So I'm going to bring this up to the camera again. It will go slightly squishy vision, but there's a gap between the beads and my pliers to allow for the wire to wrap around this section of wire, which is the core wire. Now in the first design, we brought that wire forwards to make a loop. In this design, we're going to take the wire sideways. Doesn't matter if it's right or left, whichever way suits you best. So if you allow those beads to drop down, you've got quite a gap here at the top. Now, if I just allow my chain nose pliers to sit in there, you'll see it's almost the distance of a whole side of one of those sets of pliers. So it's quite a long way that's naked and has no wire on it at the moment. And there's a reason for that. So let me just grab in those round nose pliers again, and we'll make that wrapped loop up at the top. Very similar to the way that we made it first time around. So there's the first half of our loop, little shepherd's crook shape. Pop that back in, bring the wire around, and it can go over the top or underneath. If you're doing it over the top on one earring, maybe do that over the top on the other earring, and then you'll get the same aesthetic in reverse. Just little thoughts and hints like that will help your jewellery to stand out, and it will take it from being homemade to being handcrafted, in my opinion. So we've got that round form up at the top, and that's sitting centrally on the core wire. Again, if this is new terminology to you, the core wire is the wire that goes up through those beads. So I'm going to grip that circular form, being careful not to squish where the wires cross over. And I'm going to go all the way around that core wire twice. Smoothing a little bit of heat into that wire first will enable it to move more smoothly. This is actually a really beautiful wire to work with. The Soft Flex craft wire in the non-tarnished copper is so fluid to work with. It's absolutely a dream. So I'm going to grip hold of that loop and just very gently make sure that everything is sitting square, how I want it to sit. What I'm going to do now is hold this upside down. The reason I'm holding it upside down is because I'm going to start by haloing around these beads. And in order to do that safely, because beads are crystal and glass and gemstone and resin and all kinds of materials, I don't want to shatter them. I don't want to chip them. So I want my wire to be nice and soft and fluid. If I bring this up to the top, you'll see the wire that's coming away from the design is starting on top of the core. And what I want to do is, if I scooch those other beads out of the way, I want the wire to come around the outside of my bead, but go underneath the core. So from on top, around the outside of the bead to underneath. And if I show you that, it's really simple. So it's spiraling around that core wire. It's come from the top, around the side of the bead to underneath. And I'm going to draw that back in the same direction it was going a moment ago. Very, very gently bring that into position. So you can see we've got that first little halo around the outside of the uppermost bead. And I'm going to do the same thing now with that bicone bead. So I'm going to draw the wire down to begin with so that it snuggles up the first half of that bead. And then if I grip that firmly, I'm going to allow the wire to slide underneath. Just drag that bottom bead out of the way. And it's sitting underneath the core wire. So from on top, around the outside of the bead to underneath the core wire. I'm going to pinch that into position and pull the wire back over again. So we've got our second little halo along the side of the beads. And I'm going to finish by doing the same to the lowest bead. Now, this heart design is really handy because I'm just going to very, very gently pinch it open ever so slightly. I'm not being harsh or hard with it. And I'm going to do that last little swoop all the way around the side of the bead. And in opening up the heart slightly, it enables you to get those last couple of wraps in. Now, I'm very, very gently pulling that heart open slightly. And again, we will take the wire to the rear of the design before pinching that heart back up into position. So if I take the design over to the rear side, again, we're going to look twice before we cut the correct piece of wire. It's very sad when you do it wrong. Fortunately, you've got quite a lot on the reel though, so if it does go, oh well, try again. Nothing is ever a waste of time. It's all about learning your art. And again, I'm very, very gently coercing that last cut section of wire to sit down flat and get pushed out of the way. So if I bring the earring finding into position, hopefully we have got ourselves a pair of intermediate earrings. Now let me sit that down on the board for a second. There we go. So you've got your beginner's project, which could be a charm or earrings if you prefer. And we have our intermediate project, which I've styled as earrings, but again, they could be whatever you fancy. And last of all, we have a slightly more advanced, perhaps if you want to, you can make this one, or you can leave this for a little bit later when you have done a little bit more wire work. So this is more of a bonus project for you. Don't feel that you have to make this one. It's very, very similar to the intermediate earrings we've made, but we're working with a super fancy bead. And we just need to be quite gentle with that one. So I have the 18 gauge wire again that comes in the kit. This is your 18 gauge non-tarnish copper from the beautiful Soft Flex company. This is the craft wire. And I have around about 18 inches of wire. Now that's far more than I need, but I want to show you that you can make this heart a little bit larger if you wish to. So again, grip hold of the end of the wire. What I am going to do, actually, that's got a rough end from where it came from the other side of my flush cutters. So I'm going to make sure that that's got a nice flat end now. And I'm going to super warm through the first section of wire. Now, don't feel that you have to warm through all 18 inches to begin with. We're only going to be working with a couple of inches of wire at a time and giving it that extra fluidity. In the long run, you're hardening your wire, which in a freestanding design like this is really handy. So we're going to go back to those beautiful round nose pliers, and we're going to go for this time 3 or maybe even 4 circuits to create that heart shape. So there's my first little loop. I'm twisting that in the light so you can see how it sits. Hold that and push it into the non-dominant hand. If you can hear the wire on the desk, I'm very sorry about that. It's just the length of the wire that I have in my hand right now is quite a lot, and it's just sliding on the desk. So let's have a look and see what 3 circuits of wire looks like. I have fairly medium-sized hands for a lady. So that gives you some indication of the size of that compared to the 2 rotations we did on our first 2 projects. So we've got 3 rotations, and I think that's probably quite a nice size for a lobe of a heart. So I flip that up again so that we can see that in the correct orientation. And you can go for one of the hearts where we put those little dimples down at the base, or you can have a slightly straight one. You can even go for asymmetric ones if you want. So let's get that wire gripped firmly down at the base, push the wire back in the opposite direction to create the second half of the heart. And then we're going to flip the whole thing over, a little bit of warmth just before we do. Lots of wire hanging over the end there, so it might catch on something. It's usually the camera. And then I'm going to start rotating that around. Now, the reason I wanted to show you this as a maybe baby project, maybe in the future if you're not used to using wire or if you fancy challenging yourself, I'm going to show you that you can use standard round nose pliers to create a round form that's much larger than even the largest part of your pliers. So what we're going to do is just very gently use the roundness of the pliers to give a much larger size by using the natural warmth and smoothness of that wire to create a rounded form. So I started with around about 18 inches, and I'm just going to rotate those pliers. Can you see how it's making a reasonably rounded form, even though we're not using a round form of that size? You can just coerce the wire to do your bidding. So that looks reasonably equal and opposite. We are going to pop those pliers out the way and grab those bent chain nose ones back in. I think that's actually slightly large on the right hand side, so I might give that a little bit more of a rotation around until it sits how you want it to. You can also manually craft the shape of your wire using flat-sided pliers, but you do need quite a delicate touch. And there we go. So what I'm going to do is grip the wire underneath again. Let's just address this question. What's the name of the tool she is using? The red handle. These are bent chain nose pliers. I've had these for 12 years. I've had them for so long that the maker's name has worn away. If you're going to get pliers, box joint pliers that have got these good solid box, they will last for years. These were not terribly expensive, but I do encourage you to think about getting some bent chain nose pliers. However, you can use your standard chain nose pliers if you prefer. They perform the same function. However, I use bent chain nose because it enables me to basically show you things a little bit more clearly, because I can hold from underneath while still holding quite close to the desk. So let's grip the wire from underneath, and I'm going to pinch quite firmly, and then draw that very long tail of wire up and around, hitting the camera stand, hitting the overhead mic. There we go. Let's see if I can catch anything else. Could probably hit the speaker as well while I'm at it. So let's just tighten up that little section exactly the same way as we did in those first 2 segments. Here we go. Just very gently giving that a soft little squish, and then pulling that central line, that core wire, up and out of the way again. So the extended, the bonus project, is basically the same as the one we just did. The reason it's a bit more of a bonus project is because I'm going to teach you a slightly different way to circuit around, to halo around that central bead. So let's just find the end of the wire and add our beads in. So I've gone for a black and silver half and half rondelle opaque, and then one of these very, very fancy beads. Now my eyes, they're not what they used to be. I just need to find the right aperture. There we go. Followed by another, and I love these half and half beads. They're so pretty. I just tend to make jewelry with them and then sit and spin them around so that they change colour. Exactly as we did in the intermediate project, we're going to need to leave a lot of extra space. Now, this advanced and additional bonus project, I'm thinking as a pendant. And for this pendant, I've made a very large bail because you can use it on almost any chain threading material. You can put it on ribbon, that kind of things. And I think a ribbon on Valentine's Day is really cool, really cute. So we need quite a bit of spare wire, because I've gone for some wraps down at the base, some wraps up at the top, and we need to have a bit of flex just to safely halo around that central bead. So because I'm thinking of this as a pendant design, the bail needs to be opposite at 90 degrees to the heart form. So I'm going to take the pliers up to the top again, reminding you to leave some space for the beads to move around. Bring the wire forwards at 90 degrees, like so. And I am going to grab my multi-step bail makers for this. You could, of course, always use a marker pen if you needed to, or a pencil, or some other round form. You don't always have to get specialist tools, but if you're planning on working with wire, I would really recommend getting hold of some bent chain nose. They are so useful. Little bit of warmth into that wire, little bit of coercion of heat, and I'm going to go for step number 6 on my bail makers. I want really quite a large form. So I always do my wrapped loops in 2 wraps, in 2 positions rather. And you can see I've made a very shallow shape there. And that is on purpose because it means I can show you. You can just open that back out. If you do that all in one, you can sometimes get your wrapped loop at a very funny position. If you take it in 2 steps, not only is your wrapped loop a little bit neater, but it tends to be a little bit more centralized on that core wire. Again, the core wire is the one that goes up the middle of those beads. So at this stage, I will squish, squish, squish just the flat surfaces of that round section, and that just adds a little bit of strength and rigidity to it. So if I grip across that round form, take that tail all the way around, I'm going to wrap, I think, this many times. I haven't counted. I think it's 4. I'd like to have it the same at the lower end of the design, but it doesn't really matter. So what has happened in that wrapping, I've wrapped the wire around the core wire, but what happens with a copper core wire is that the work hardening travels along. Each of the little electron tells the next electron that makes up the material, go a bit more hard. And we don't want that. We want that to be warm again, but we only want it to be warm for a little while. So we're going to thumb and forefinger run that over the next couple of inches of wire, because it means that I can then halo around this red and grey or red and silver bead. Again, my wrapping wire is on top of the core wire, so I'm going to allow that to snake around and circle underneath the core wire. So it goes from the top, let me show you that from the front surface, from the top to underneath, and I'm going to draw that back in the same direction, using that core wire as an anchor point for the wrapping wire. Now for the next section, this is an absolutely stunning bead made out of multiple materials. And what we don't want to do is to damage anything like that. One of the reasons I wanted to show you this as an additional project is that I believe it's a way to interest you in working with wire. And it's a way to help you advance your skills. Sometimes you don't want to get too close to a bead. So another thing that I'm going to do, as I did with the intermediate project, is just open out that heart shape at the bottom. And that will allow me a little bit more leeway when it comes to wrapping the wire. So what I'm going to do now is use my thumb and forefinger to get some heat and fluidity into that wire. We're going to, in essence, do exactly the same thing. We're traveling from the top of the core wire around the outside of the bead to underneath the core wire just here. But what we're going to do is do that without touching the bead at all. Can you see the middle finger on my non-dominant hand is just guiding that wire into a nice round form. And because we warmed the wire, I promise you, it wants to do that. It really does. Hello, Sarah. How are you, darling? Big love. So we've circled around that beautiful multi-part rose bead, and in my favourite colour for roses, I might add. And what we're going to do is tie it around that core wire. So supporting the bead, supporting that halo wire, we're going to draw it back to the first side that we worked with. And what you'll see is you get a little bit of a funny loop going on here. Now, without squishing your bead, what we're going to do is just tighten that up slightly with those pliers and continue on to that lowest of all of the beads. What you may need to do is just straighten up the wire like so. Okay, and then we're going to take the wrapping wire all the way around to underneath the core wire. And if you need to open that heart up a little bit more, very, very gently, very, very slowly, you absolutely can. I'm just going to bring that looped section forwards and then gripping my last little bead down at the base, wrap around another couple of times. I think I can get one more wrap just down in that base gap. Let me show you that really closely. Space for one more wrap. Wiggle that around and take it to the rear of the design. Once you've taken that to the rear of the design, you can get your heart to sit back exactly how you want it to. Flip over to the rear of the design. Now we started with 18 inches. We've got a good 5 inches left there. So that's far more than we needed, but that is enough to make another one of those. Never any wasted wire. So again, I'm going to remember to draw breath, and then I'm going to squish this last little bit down so it's flat against that core wire, very, very cautiously and slowly. It is far better to take 6 attempts at squishing a bit of wire and get it right and not ruin anything than to take 1 attempt and smash it, because that's horrible. That's not fun at all. So there is our finished bonus project, or our advanced section. If you fancy one of those, then there's a technique for you. If you want to make the beginner's technique, it's a great way to start in wire work. It teaches you coils, it teaches you angles, it teaches you tolerances, and you get a wrapped loop out of it. And also how to sort of overcome some of the problems where we misplace that side of the heart. You can simply rotate with your round nose pliers. Your intermediate project took it up a level, and you added that lovely haloing around the side of the beads. And then your advanced and bonus project gave you the opportunity to learn how to deal with more delicate beads by adding a little bit of space around the outsides. So I hope that you have enjoyed those. I know that I have. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honour to join everyone here at Soft Flex and Jessie James Beads with the Galentines beading around the world. I wanted to say weekend, but it's really an evening, a day, a morning. I don't know what day it is, to be perfectly honest.
Jem, you're
back to me.
So good. I love them.
Hi, I'm still here. It's still me.
Are you hearing me okay since I'm entering back in?
Absolutely.
Oh,
I can hear you, Sarah.
Awesome. So while you were busy at work, I broke out the beads and I used your little tutorial, and I wanted to show you that I used it as a center connector and a bracelet. So
that's fantastic.
Thank you. Well, so everybody remember, you can take these beads and parts and pieces and a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and you can make your own designs too. So it's okay to make along if that's what you love to do. It's okay to take it and make it your own if that's what you love to do. And if you like bracelets and not earrings, or if you like, we're going to see a keepsake box, you know, some of Christy Friesen's fans out there, you like to stick those beads in the clay and make pendants and all sorts of things. Do you, okay? And we want to see what you're making. So even if you do the same thing that Jem did, or you make your own design, please do post it into the Soft Flex BIB group. We would love to see what you're making throughout the day, and then the days that pass after here. And then also Jesse James Beads has the Secret Stash group. So make sure you're a member over there as well, and post pictures so that we can see what's going on. But yeah, I was looking at it and I thought, oh, wouldn't that just be so cute in the center of a bracelet? And then these are just little wire links. So really simple, very easy. I made a little toggle on the end there, but you could use one of the lobster clasps that's in the kit if you want to. That's another option. I saw a few questions during it. Just to be really clear, Jem was using the Soft Flex craft wire in the 18 gauge. And we do carry some bent nose pliers on our Soft Flex company website if you're looking for a pair. I actually wrote down the question, why choose the bent nose pliers over the chain nose pliers? And you answered it so beautifully that it makes it easier for everyone to see what you're doing, and maybe for you to even see what you're doing with the bent nose pliers.
It certainly does. For me, I don't have the best eyesight in the world. It's certainly not quite what it used to be post 40, but there we are. One thing I would say is that having a set of chain nose pliers and bent chain nose pliers, if you're opening and closing jump rings, now I never got the hang of the jump ring opening ring. It's not for me. I'm not that clever. That it just doesn't happen. So a pair of each is really handy. Also, if you do choose to go into wire work in a slightly more heavy duty way, these bent nose pliers will certainly get right into the gubbins of your designs. So I would never be without them.
Well, and I just have to say, I saw so many people comment on what a great teacher you are. You are so kind to give us your time and expertise today, and we so appreciate you for being part of our Galentines. You are officially our Galentine.
Oh, thank you so much, my darlings. It's been an absolute pleasure and a genuine honor to hang out with my gals today, and my guys. I guess there are guys here also.
Yeah.
So a wonderful idea. Let's bead around the world, and I hope to see you again soon.
Beading is for everyone, everywhere. So next up, we have Kay from Stars Beads, and I see that she is here. So I'm going to enter her in so you can say hello to her, and then we'll let Jem jump off. I'm not sure which one to unmute, so I'll let you do that on your end. Okay, Kay? Which device would you like to use for your sound? Pick it. Is it your phone? Let me try this one. Which one's plugged in? I can't remember. I think it was
the hand camera.
You have to unmute it. I can't even do it on my end. Look at how pretty she looks now.
Doesn't she look gorgeous?
She looked gorgeous
earlier though.
Go to your phone and unmute it. Yeah, you have to do it. I can't do it.
You're so funny. Can you hear me now?
Yay!
Hear you. Just
I'm here.
Yay!
Perfect. Looking gorgeous, darling.
Jem is officially passing the torch to the East Coast USA. And Jem, I hope you have the best night. You get some
rest. Like pass the plier. Do you pass the plier?
Oh yeah, hold on. Here we go.
Here. Thank you.
That was seamless.
Like that?
That was pretty good. Pretty good. Quick on her feet, that one. I hope you have the best weekend, Jem. I hope it gets a little better, and I hope you get that big fishbowl drink that you wanted.
In for the win. Mwah. Have a lovely rest of your Galentines, and I'll see you again soon, darlings. Bye.
Happy Friday night. Hey, Lovey, I'm so excited to see you.
Oh my gosh, you just get a full evening, don't
I
you?
know, my whole afternoon because I'm Pacific West Coast time. So
That's right.
I did want to mention, yes, you did probably hear my children. Apparently, they plugged in their headphones and it went to one of my devices here. So I'm sorry for that, but I do have 3 little ones running around. And if you're not familiar with me and my regular broadcast on Wednesday, that's the normal here. You never know when a head is poking in back there. You never know when you're going to hear little voices. It's just part of the everyday life.
That's part of real life. That's part of live. That's what I like kind of about live is that it makes us a little bit more human, a little bit more real. That we're all running the rackets. It's been a rough one for me at my home. I know, like you, with all the kids running around. My husband's back is out. My son is like has been coughing for and runny nose for I know your son was dealing with RSV, and it just it carries a lot. And so I'm happy to get a chance to be here today. I'm taking it easy, so I'm popping on here for you guys. I normally have my live tonight, but I'm going to be taking this week off a little bit.
Oh, okay. I thought for sure you'd still do it after everything, but you're not doing it tonight. It's good to take a break sometimes.
Yeah. I'm still doing lives, during the week, but just not doing my sale, So because
I hear you.
That takes a lot.
It takes a lot to do a live sale, a lot of energy, and then a lot of the back end work to get everything out and organized. And
perfect. I can certainly throw some random beads, but I really like to do what we're doing here today is, showing, some components, specific ones, how to use them, and different fun ways. I'm like you, Sarah. I like to kind of just, mess around a little bit, work on the fly, and so this is what I was doing with the things that feel so lucky to have gotten. I feel like the perfect kit for me.
Oh, because I handpicked it for you. As soon as I saw the bead mixes, I looked at this one and I said, "Oh, that one's K. That's K." And I immediately went into the chat and I said, "Kay really needs to have the amethyst garden." I'm not sure what the rest of you are picking, but I just feel like this is just made for her, and I would be remiss to not mention it immediately.
I wanted to use all the beads, but my projects that I was doing, I was like, this only takes 2 beads of it, but I want to use more. So I started started making stuff.
Well, we're so excited to see what you're going to make. Before we get going, though, since you're not doing your Friday Night Live tonight, tell us what Friday Night Live is and let people put it on their calendar for next Friday night, if that's when you're going to pick it back up.
Okay, so I go live 3 times a week. So on Monday and Wednesdays, I oftentimes am playing around, showing you guys my bead life in terms of meeting with an artist or playing with a project, or just do box openings. It can be a variety of things, and then but all leading up usually to how you can get all of that stuff and how to use it on Fridays. So on Fridays is what I call Friday Night Live. It's our live, what I call a sip and shop event, where we just hang out, we show you some pretty things, and hope you can get it. Because sometimes things are limited, so it's whatever is coming through the door. So, and as you know, I like to shop, and I like it sparkly, and I like it colorful. So that's if you're kind of into that kind of style. I like findings. That's really the specialty that I like.
So where do they find it? What time next Friday? Not today, but a week from today.
So Friday on the Stars Beads Facebook channel at 8 p.m. And then on Monday and Wednesdays, I do a bead with me. That's at 3:30 on Monday and Wednesdays. And
3:30 Eastern.
yeah, and then I also have a website with, you know, more things and different things. Whatever fits my fancy. That's kind of whatever's beautiful, like things like crystals, like that right there. You know.
So
I
Kate,
make it partially, so you can see that at beadoria.com. I don't know. I know that doesn't pop up, but you can find that on the Facebook page or on the website. That will all take you to the shop where you can get all of my favorite things.
Kay contributed this bead strand to our kit. And I believe maybe Brittany is going to be using it. I don't remember who snapped it up. Yep. But you have this in lots of different colors and then some different shapes, right? This is a pure cube, but you also have like long rectangular cubes as well.
Yep. So sometimes I highlight different shapes because I love crystals. So I have pretty much crystals in every shape. And of course, it's difficult to have it online sometimes. And so, you know, I ran a run on cubes. I just did some rondelles because that's one of my favorite shapes. And you never know what's going to be coming up next.
So if you love these, that's where you pick these up. You're going to go to the Stars Beads website and look for the Beadoria link, and that'll take you to where you can buy all.
And I think that's Soft Flex posted the link there, and so did we got everybody here on it. Thanks guys for helping there on the feed. I won't be able to see everything as I'm
that's Thomas in the background. Thank you, Thomas. Sweet Thomas, spending the whole afternoon helping out. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's get to the goods. I'm going to switch over to your hand cam, but it looks like you need to do the little shuffle to make it go horizontal.
Oh, really?
Let me see. Might have to pick it up and shuffle it to go horizontal.
Let me see.
Oh, not going to do it automatically. Oh, boy. Well,
I didn't know it was like that. I'm sorry. I thought I had it set up.
That's okay.
So I have to go out.
That's good right there. And then if that's enough space for you to show it. Oh, Kristen's saying to face it forward and then tilt it. Face it forward and tilt.
So I think I have to face the cam forward first.
Oh,
and then switch it when I go.
Well, I think this looks okay if you're okay with it.
Oh, I hate to have it like that. You wouldn't be able to see everything.
You work on that, and I will chit chat a little bit. So we have this week 25% off all of our Valentine products at softflexcompany.com. And so you can find our Chocolate Kiss design kit. There were a few of those left. We also have just some really fun, like holiday stuff. There's red strands. I think the Chocolate Kiss strand was in there, but it already sold out. So go to the Soft Flex Company website when you get a chance, start perusing that category. It is an automatic discount. So just put the item in your cart. The discount will appear in your cart at the bottom. And when you check out, you'll get that beautiful, beautiful discount on the holiday category. Oh, look, Chris says she won one of the $50 gift certificates. That's awesome. Oh, thank you. Brenda says my earrings are so cute. Thank you. They're little, I made these probably on a live. They're little butterflies with just a little dainty Jesse James bead bauble on the end.
All right. How's that looking, Sarah?
I think it's looking good. I'm coming right back to you.
Is it wide?
Yep. You just need to focus it in. Looks good.
All right. Awesome.
Focus. Sometimes that helps.
Yep. How do I focus that?
Click the screen. Usually if you just click it, it kind of will focus. No, maybe it's okay. Bring something close to it. Like that craft wire, bring it up close so that the camera has something to look at that's specific, and then it'll kind of focus it.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Oops, that's strung on something.
Everything's connected to something.
Yeah, you know how that goes.
That looks good. Yeah, it'll be okay.
All right.
Right.
All right.
I'm turning
Hello.
it over. I'm going to mute myself and be
All
right.
right. So hi, it's Kay of Stars Beads. I also love playing with wire, and Jem did a perfect intro. So we're just gonna like continue playing with this awesome mix that I feel like so lucky to have played with. Now I feel like I had a couple choices. I was gonna kind of since it said Amethyst Garden, the first thing I thought of was, of course, flowers. Right. And so I thought a nice little introduction to wire would be just to, you know, wire what I thought were little flower stems. So if you are new to working with wire, you know, this will go over a little bit of coiling and wrapping with the 18 gauge as well as the 24 gauge. So we'll start off with, well, you only need a little bit of this. So I just poured this beautiful mix. This was so perfect for me. I want to wear everything that I made, actually. So I don't mind making another one. Let's see. So first, we're going to start off with the 18 gauge, and just like Jem was saying, you know, you want to really kind of work your wire a little bit, kind of become one with your wire. You can also take a straightener and kind of work harden it that way as well. That especially since copper is rather soft. And some of the components that I thought about going over here today, like an ear wire, you want it to be a little bit stiffer. You can also hammer it. That is another good look too that I like. And so I think we'll start off with kind of, you know, a little starter and making the earring here from start to finish here. Okay. Because I need the other one. So this one is starting off with, here I can take this out of the scene here. Starting with one of these little crystals. Dropping pliers here. And for me, I prefer to have more than enough. And wrapping in terms of, you know, these beads, you know, wire is inexpensive. So, you know, use a little, and as you know, get more familiar, then you'll feel more comfortable with what you're cutting. I seem to always cut 8 inches. I don't know. I'm just kind of guesstimating here in terms of it. And then just going to kind of take this bead, put it into the center, and start making a frame to kind of go around it here. Okay. And then we're going to take the other one and kind of chase it like so. I always feel like you can't see that really close. Okay. Let me see. Lower this down. Can we still see? Okay. And then we're going to wrap and chase the tail with both of these until we're kind of framing the bead. Now you can do this a couple times. You can see I have plenty of wire to do this. And because we're using 18 gauge, you know, it's decently sturdy. Okay. And I'm just going to wrap, I think, so that it kind of comes around on each side. Okay. You can kind of see. And because we're also using that thicker gauge, you can make just a loop without necessarily wrapping, but you can kind of go either way. I want to make that little curl here in the corner, so, and I think I have more than enough wire, and I won't need that big of a coil, so I'm just going to eyeball a little bit of that off. We'll take tiny round nose, and we're going to curl this end. And we want to keep it tight. There. And once you kind of get that loop started, you take chain nose pliers and start spiraling. You guys like to spiral your wire. Now remember, we're kind of using 18 gauge, so you have to be strong with it, and you can kind of see it curling. And then I'm going to kind of sit it where I want. Okay, just as a kind of a decorative spiral. And then here on this side, we're going to kind of see where that center lies, and take a chain nose and kind of make essentially a decorative head pin, if you look at it. All right, so in this case, I was just making a little drop, you know, and then we can make, now you could actually do this all in one ear part, but I like movement. So the more connections gives that flexibility and that movement. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to make a loop. Put this wire, and I'm going to eyeball it, but you can go either way. You can either bend it, but I'm going to just guesstimate I need about that much. Okay, I would say that's about a quarter inch. Okay, and then we're going to just loop this closed. Nothing too fancy. This is, again, just kind of getting your work with wire a little bit. And then we're going to make that loop. I'm kind of keeping it open because I might attach, you know, I'm going to attach it to the ear wire there. Okay. Next, we're going to go ahead and take another little piece. I'm going to burden that. Make a quick little earring, and then we'll make a quick little bouquet. And we'll see if we can kind of squeeze in a pendant too, and kind of do a little wire weaving. So here we're going to just take.
This is looking so good, Kay, but make sure you keep your hands up just a little bit further away from you so everyone can see good. Just a little further away from you, closer to the back side of your desk.
Right here?
You're good. No, further, away from you. Yep.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Awesome. Definitely.
Camera's great. Just make sure everyone can see what you're doing.
Okay. Well, and I can push this stuff out of the way here.
Thank you. You're doing great.
Awesome. Thanks. Because I can't see the comments. So, all right. Next part we're going to make is this little ear wire here. So if you haven't kind of made your own. So sometimes when you don't have your own findings, I tend to like to make my own. So in this case, to have that movement that I was talking about on these, then we'll make a little loop. So in this case, what we're going to do is make a wire wrap first, because I want to have this little decorative part of the wire around the bead. So we're going to make that loop. Wire wrap once. We can put this bead in there. We should have just enough here to wrap. I'm just using my finger and pressing up into here, but you can certainly take your plier, and looks like I guesstimated a perfect amount there. But just happened to be. But if you have a little bit more wire on that bottom side, it'll be a lot easier to do that wrap. I just get used to trying to save wire. Okay. And then if you happen to have like a bail making pliers here, I don't know if you guys carry these. You can also take a Sharpie. I use a Sharpie too, or whatever size you like.
Yeah, we have one that has multiple steps. So it's kind of nice because you know which step you use and you can use it over and over again. So
Brilliant.
That's pretty cool.
So yeah, so you can make different sizes in this case. So I'm going to bend this wire here and make let's see, I think I'll use the big side here and just bring that around. In this case, let's see if we can kind of match here. And what I tend to like to do is flare out the end, and then ideally you would take a little sand, a burr. Where'd my other pliers go? Okay. And flare that end out. Okay, so then it kind of looks more like an ear wire. So if you guys have problems finding ear wires that are long enough, because sometimes those tiny ones that you get in those packages, they are just so tiny. This gives you a nice large, any size you wanna make it. All right, and so here we go. Just gonna attach the two here. So we had left that one open because I know I was gonna wrap this, but I guess it's not open enough. Now you could certainly wire wrap both together, but I was just kind of playing around. Since I'm making a match here, I think I did that backwards. You guys do that? Look. All right, that's if you didn't do a swirl. But that's the right way. All right, but you guys could do it right. You guys know you can detach it and put it the right way. I'll do that on the next round because we got more stuff to make, right?
Are you going to do the ring? I want to see the ring.
You want to see the ring? Okay, should I do the ring instead of the pendant?
Oh, can we do everything?
I'm going to squeeze into everybody's time. I was just like messing around introducing that wire weave.
Okay, everybody start voting. Pendant or ring?
All right, pendant or ring. Okay, so because then I'll start one now, and this is to kind of get you into making some spirals. Okay, here I'll show them off.
Vote says ring.
Oh my goodness, you guys
ring,
are
ring,
hilarious.
ring.
Ding, 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 ding. Is that what it's saying? I gotta look. Oh, Becky and Kimberly and Susan and Payment. Oh, there's a couple pendant votes. Oh,
okay, so here's the thing.
I wish that was focus.
Let's do the ring, but you're coming on to visit with me on a live beading party in a few weeks, and maybe that's when you can do the pendant.
All right.
Okay. Does that sound good, everybody? That way we get both of everything.
All right. Oh, okay. Then we got to get started. I might have to make like a mini one because like we got to get to wire weaving.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, here we go. All right, introducing to wire weave. All right, so we got to grab this non-tarnished wire. We're going to take, let's see, we're going to take 2 pieces of it, of the 18 gauge wire. Let's work harden that just a little bit. We're going to need 2 pieces. Okay, and again, I'm just going to cut, I'm going to say probably about 8 inches. And take 2 pieces. And what we're going to do is just a 2 wire. We can, you know, let's keep this fairly simple and for as this is going to go. And I haven't made a ring in a while, so I was just kind of messing around.
We're excited to see it. You can do it. You did it once. You can do it again.
I know. Here we go. Okay, so in this case, you're going to need some 24 gauge wire, and you're going to need probably, I don't know, I'm going to say a yard. I have 3 feet because, you know, you got to wire a whole band around your finger. Okay, so you will have to figure out the measurement. You know, I just kind of did it by eye at the time. And it happened to not fit any finger but my pinky. So it was a tiny one too.
So maybe a little more wire this time.
Yeah, exactly. So, so again, just more than enough. You can always, I don't like to add wire if I don't have to.
I'm a cheerleader, not a strong arm, Julie.
All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna be starting off the wrap. We're doing 1 wire first, okay, and then I'm gonna kind of do a 3 wrap there, okay, and then we're gonna add that 2nd wire. I'm gonna slide this down a little bit. All right, and then we're gonna wrap both wires, okay, twice. And now the camera's really close, so if I bang this around, I'm sorry. Okay, so we're doing, if we were marking it, let's say we were doing two wires here. Okay, what we're doing is we're wire wrapping, boy, that stuff. All right, there we go. All right, so if we have 2 wires, we're gonna wire wrap against 1, wire wrap 2, and then we're gonna go around both, and then we're gonna go 2, and then both, and then 2, and then both. Okay, so that's what we're doing here until I can make a little loop. And you can imagine that we're gonna make it a full ring. But you know, this is also something I do too, is take a chain and just string a ring onto a chain. All right, so one of the things about wire weaving, you gotta definitely get those pushed into place as you're going. Oftentimes it's gonna be harder. You wanna put some tension down here along the bottom. So as I'm pulling each one through, I'm doing that on each pull. All right, so we're doing 2, now we're best to try to line those up. Those are, you know, doing their thing right now. Just for me live. Okay, 2 wraps. Now, technically, you know, if you want to do, you know, 3 you can do it a little bit more and see how the variations go. We'll do as many as we can fit. Oh, at least we have some time. We might be able to do it all. I guess Jem really did a good job warming you guys up on wire. So, you know, we can jump right into, you know, a fun.
And you're so speedy. You've got it.
Yeah, we certainly got it. You know, I'm a done by dinner type maker. So, you know, I like to have my design done in one sitting if I can. You know, with kids running around, and we're thinking about getting a dog. Sarah, you got a dog, didn't you?
We did.
To add to your 3 kids.
Yeah. Yeah, she's great. She's got a lot of energy though. But yeah, she's really wonderful. I highly suggest it. Just make sure you get the right dog for kids, you know.
Right. What kind is yours?
She was advertised as a Labradoodle, but I don't think she's a full Labradoodle. I think she probably has maybe a Labradoodle mom or dad, but some other kind of dog was her other parent.
I think you can get testing done on them too.
You can. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. But she's really cute. She doesn't shed a lot, so that's good. And she's very good with the kids, which was, you know, the most important thing to me.
Yeah. Jonah doesn't really like dogs that jump and lick, and so and big dog. I mean, not even big dogs. I mean, my mom has a I don't know, maybe like a 12-pound Shih Tzu, like no, I'm sorry, I think that's called a Shapoo,
maybe,
like a mini poodle and I guess like a Shih Tzu or something.
Oh
my gosh, these crazy names or these crazy dog mixes.
I know. It's hard to keep up with them all.
And now, becoming a dog mom, right?
Right. Yep. I am officially a dog mom. I have a new baby.
Yeah. It just so we're kind of looking at a little it's a miniature dachshund actually, so like a little teeny tiny thing, because Jonah just my mother-in-law's neighbor has one, and so that one I think is small enough, that's not intimidating for him,
Yeah,
to have an animal.
That's really important, especially especially when they're kids, because it sort of forms their ability to maintain with animals later on as well,
Yeah, well, we had a cat that, has been around his whole life, and we just lost him after, like we've had him for probably like 15 years. And so.
It's so hard.
Yeah. And he was probably like 18, because he wasn't, young when we necessarily got him either, And so, that was, it's been a little hard there, and all sorts of things. Like I said, that just kind of was recent. All right, so we're kind of working on, I feel like we need just maybe a smidgen more to make like a reasonable loop so it doesn't look ridiculous. Now, this is like kind of the fun part. You get to kind of do whatever it is, in terms of your style for this ring. So you can have all the fluff or not all the fluff here. When we get to using, what are we going to do with all these crazy wires afterward? And I'm a ring person, if you couldn't tell.
I bought so many rings in Tucson. I could not stop buying rings.
I love that one that you and Kristen had, the same one.
Oh, I love that one. I know. The Afghanis bring such beautiful rings, and they're so inexpensive and just gorgeous.
Yeah, because they really got that, some good funky, handmade detail.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I love that. Well, that's why I love this, like beading around the world, because all of these kind of things get made from around the world, all the components that we use and find. So.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, people have been beading since the beginning of people. and people do it everywhere. So it's really, I don't know, it's really fascinating and lovely to be a part of this community.
Yeah, well, and I have a lot of gemstones because so much goes through China. So if you're, I would say, I guess I would like to say, I don't know, 90% of the world's gemstones either go through China or India or Thailand. At some point. You think a lot of the things that we get here have been around the world and back even several times.
Yeah. Are you thinking about taking Jonah on any trips?
No, I'm still just not into traveling right now. I would have loved going to Tucson, but I don't know. I'm just
not ready yet.
I'm not ready. It's already pretty loose down here where we are, and so so I feel pretty good that we've kept ourselves
healthy. Yeah, it's tricky with kids. It's really
I say beat it out. That's usually my answer.
Stay home and beat it out.
Yes, and bead on. Can we make some shirts or?
Oh, you definitely should. I'm surprised you haven't already.
I know I could be pressing some of those things. I'm a Cricut and vinyl, push that out.
Especially the bead life. I love that little phrase. It's so cute.
Yes.
I'd buy that shirt.
All right, here we just got a little strip here of some of that wire weave. Okay. And normally I would say a ring mandrel. We're just going to use something smaller, like a finger. How about I just use my finger? We'll see if it can go around. If I did it far enough. Ooh, that's actually kind of close. But I would like to use why don't I have something here? That would have been appropriate, wouldn't it? I was kind of not thinking I was going to do the ring. But here you guys go. All right, so we're going to just, make I'm using my bail making plier, and we're just going to make an approximate ring here. And really, you can reform it a little bit. All right, ready? So here we can see the cross coming through. Okay. Oh, let me see what beads I used. I used the little lucite purple piece and this cute little teal bead that has a little shiny kind of goldish stripe coming up through there. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the first kind of center wires here, and I'm going to start twisting those around to make a base. For kind of my flower. Okay. So I'm kind of trying to keep this as flat as possible as I'm just swirling the middle two wires that were closest together as I kind of seal those wires in place here. Okay. And then I'm going to leave those here together, and I'm going to bring one up to the center, this outer one here. Actually, I'm sorry. That one I'm leaving out here. We'll do this one here. Really, you can kind of be either way. So I'm going to kind of bring this up so that we have it in the center. You can take your pliers to kind of then get this last bit into place. Remember, it's a little bit flexible, and this part is going to be hidden. Okay. Okay, so now let's go ahead and string on that lucite piece. Okay, and amazingly, these beads fit onto 18 gauge, which is great. That's one of the things I'm always looking for.
I was kind of amazed too. Even these itty bitty crystals are fitting on that thick gauge.
Yep. Yeah, they did. I honestly broke a couple. So that's why I decided to go with this one. And I didn't want it to sit too high. Now, had I been using gold, I actually really like this bead in there too. This little daisy would have looked really cool in there. But I would have needed a patina that, so that it would match my wire color. But that looks really good in the inside.
Debbie, I bought my rings at just a little vendor that was in Tucson, and a lot of these people don't have websites or any way to buy from them after. He does happen to live in Sacramento, and I did get his card, and I do plan to maybe meet up with him and buy some more things from him. So if that's the case, then maybe I will grab some rings and have those available as well. But no, I don't really have a way to, I mean, I have his business card. I guess you could email me, but it would be tricky because he didn't speak a lot of English, and he doesn't have like a website or something to look at that makes it easy.
All right, I'm going to take this piece that's sticking right out. I was just kind of pushing this down to kind of make it like the height I'd like it. Okay. And so we've got this top wire coming up. This is going to be kind of a little trickier part because you certainly don't want to break any part of this, and when you're using an 18 gauge wire. So I am holding this base, and I'm going to kind of bend as close to this top bead as I can. Okay, and then I'm going to start kind of doing a spiral into the center. Okay, and this kind of secures it. One, it secures it into place, and also gives it a kind of a nice detail. I'm kind of pushing that into there right now. And then we can kind of do a clip and a tuck. Kind of getting that leverage just to kind of tuck that wire right into there. And you kind of then have, now we're down to 3. Look at that. That's not so scary, right? You know, I know wiring seems scary sometimes. Okay, so now I'm thinking, you work with kind of where the wire's going. Okay, so now I have these 2. So I went kind of, I don't know, what did I do here? Oh, I did. Oh, okay, I did. You know, I kind of did this thing here. It looks like so. So I took both, I lined those both up, and I'm going to kind of flatten those so that they're coming straight out. And then I'm going to do a natural bend. I'm going to kind of hold it where I want to have it bend here and guide it. Okay, kind of making a rainbow here. Okay, can we see that? Okay, and then we're going to tuck these wires around. Okay, take those. And I'm holding, as you can see, I'm holding the rest in place. So you can then use your pliers to pull the rest through here. Okay, and that kind of makes this rainbow or ribbon. Okay, and kind of just want to wrap that. And this is going to make your ring smaller. So adding kind of these components, you do want to keep that in mind. So that's why mine only ended up fitting my pinky. All right, so well, let's see. Ideally, I just kept going. Gonna wrap again. I think I just only wrapped once though. But I kind of like that look. Okay, and then clipping up kind of on the side so that you don't have it on your finger. Okay, and then on this other side here, okay, I'm gonna wrap this down. Okay, so that's why we like to have extra wire. Okay, and then this is going to kind of secure this piece, other piece into place. Okay, you can get crazy with it, whatever, until, you know, so you feel like you used up all the wire you cut here, you know, because you're kind of not seeing it. Okay, and then we're going to spiral the rest down, and we've got ourselves a ring. I think that's going to be too much. All right, we're going to cut just a little. Yeah, I see people have been beading for so long. I just posted the double daisy spacer that was like 1700 years old or something, or that went way back. All right, so we're spiraling this piece here. Okay, and then we're gonna lay it into place. Okay, sealed up. We've got ourselves a nice decorative ring. I don't know. Can you guys see that? All of that just happened?
So pretty. I hope you'll take a really clear picture for us that we can post on our Instagram.
I sure can. I sure can.
That would be great. I see a couple questions. One was, what gauge wire would you use for wrapping around a tanzanite?
Well, tanzanite generally is going to have much tinier holes, so most likely you're going to have to me, I always say, you know, what type of wire? The thickest wire you can fit through it. You know, holes used to be a little bit more standardized, but tanzanite, I would say generally you probably have to use a 24 gauge. Maybe you can fit a 22, but you want it to be able to have some movement in there, because when you wire wrap it, you know, it can be easy to break.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
yeah, I like that rule of thumb. I also see we were asked, I need to understand the change from 2 wires to 1 wire. Is that something you can talk about a little bit?
How we went from 2 wires to 1 wire? In which part? I mean, I guess.
Well, did your
when did I go down to? I guess. Well, I had when we wire weaved a section, and then we took the wires. We crossed through the middle section. We crossed the middle 2 wires. We wrapped those and cased those around. Okay, and then we left 1 completely out. Okay, so that then there were 2 on this side, and then we had 1 stand up. Okay, and then so when this one went up, that's when we took, I guess that's when it went from 2 to 1. So then on this side, we only had 1, or, you know, let me switch the ring around. So then we had the 1 wire on this side, and then we had the 1 coming up, and then the 2 were sticking out here, which we made the rainbow wrap here, and then made a spiral with this other single one, and that's that single one coming straight up through the center of the lucite flower to seal, put that in, or whatever beads you want to put in, really.
Okay, hopefully everyone caught that. I'm going to add this to the stream. I see Kristen is here too. Are you ready, Miss Chris?
I am.
Add you in. So I was beading away as Miss Kay was showing us her projects. Let me make that big. Here we go. My computer is super slow because it's been streaming for 2 hours. It's exhausted.
It's like, hey, I'm working overtime.
So I originally made this as a wrap bracelet. I thought it was kind of fun to think about wrapping that chain with the beads into a bracelet.
Fun.
But then when I made it, I was like, oh, but it also makes a really pretty, like, little asymmetrical necklace as well. So that is another option with the mix that Kay had, a few leftovers from Gem, and then I stole a couple of little gold bits and pieces from the mix that Christy is going to be using. So again, you can make these designs your own if you prefer to have a bracelet or you prefer to have a necklace. If you're not really into wire wrapping, or if you're really into wire wrapping and you're not into stringing, you can do more wire wrapping, make more pendants and earrings and beaded chains. You know, this is really an adventure for you too. And we're giving you tips and techniques and ideas, but you get to take it and make whatever your little heart desires.
That's right. That's right.
Well, Kay, it was so much fun to visit with you. Again, if you loved those little cuboid crystals that were in the mix here, make sure you grab those from Kay. You can find out more about her on starsbeads.com and Beadoria, right? Beadoria.com.
Yeah, those little cube beads are super duper pretty. I love cube shaped beads, and they're like the perfect cute little size. They're beautiful.
And they're purple.
And they're purple, but you do have them in lots of colors, I think.
Or whatever color you love. Yeah.
It's true. The whole rainbow. The whole rainbow. Just like you. You know.
Look.
Kristen, I was thinking I need a picture here, right here.
You do. You do need a picture right there.
Oh, that would be so good.
Thinking I need one of your pictures right there.
I know what you mean, and I agree.
She has a lot of purple and teal colorways that would probably work really well. Just like
I was in a bit of a purple phase the last couple of years too. I feel like everything has purple in it somewhere.
Well, now you have to throw in like the color of the year of magenta. Looks really good with it, and then my other favorite color of teal.
You got it. We will talk. We will make it happen.
Yay! That'll be so fun. It'll be fun to tune in and see it in the background.
Yeah. I love all the things you made. That ring looks pretty epic, and the piece I saw was the beginning too. Was like a bezel design. Really cool, Kay. I love it.
Thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. I think there's some good pictures of it, and I'll take a closer up maybe of the ring so that we could.
That would be good. Yeah, and we will have Kay back on for a live beading party in just a few weeks. So keep your calendars open, watch for the event to pop up, and make sure you join us. And maybe Kay will make one of her beautiful pendants for us to go to the next step, next level here.
I feel like the ones that you made, was that during the TGBE?
Yeah,
that was like
these wire pieces. So we'll see.
Yeah,
very cool. It's going to be really fun. I hope you guys will watch. Now we're officially passing the torch on to.
Wait. So this is how it's done, Kristen.
Okay, let me see.
Pliers.
Get a plier, okay?
Okay, got a plier.
You gotta reach down. I'm gonna pass it up to you. Ready? There you go. There it is. Go reach down. You get it?
Whoa.
Get it? Oh, there it is.
And it changed color.
That's amazing.
So cute. I love it.
Oh my gosh. That was so fun. I hope you have the best weekend, Kay. Give Jonah a big hug for us. And I hope that your husband feels better too. I think you said he was having back issues. So hang in there.
Yeah. It was laid out here and just like, And you
No
know, and the boys are, you know, when the household is down, it's like, I'm trying to stay standing. Mama's got to stay standing.
Right.
That's right.
It's
Yeah.
true.
The mama's always the last one to go down with the ship.
Yeah. So I figure I keep my tickets in. That's why, you know, so sorry for no live sale for me tonight, but you know.
Yeah.
Next Friday.
Next
yeah.
Friday.
So put it on your calendar and join Kay next Friday. What time is it at next Friday again?
8 p.m. on Friday. So catch us at, yeah, we're going to be having a fun warehouse sale next Friday.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Very exciting.
Kay.
Thanks
Great
so
to
much,
see you.
Kay.
And all the ladies. So happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Galentine's
Happy
Day to
Galentine's
you.
Day.
Bye.
Well,
It's
hello
down
there.
to just 2.
Back down to 2. Oh my gosh, so much fun so far today. It's really
I know. And you're going to
great.
take us in a new path. You're going to take us into the beading wire realm of things.
Well, I am, but we're also going to do some wrapping too, because we make all of these little drops. So I was thinking that I was like,
cool.
oh man, we're like hitting the craft wire hard today. But you know,
I love that though.
it's nice. Yeah, it's nice because we don't always get a chance to give craft wire a little extra love, and this kit allowed for that. So
Definitely.
yeah.
Well,
So I'm excited
to see what I'm going to end up making too.
I know you've been making a lot of fun things along with everybody. I love how
nice to see a little alternative, you know.
you take your own path a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, so Sarah teased you, I think, a little bit when you first opened it, how I saw this strand and was like, that is so Betsy Johnson, I have to have it. And I'm not usually like a pink and pearl, like that wouldn't normally be the one I first gravitate forward. But this bead in the center, it just screamed at me. And so for those of you that don't know, I grew up in New York and I went to school in New York City. And one of my favorite things to do when I had breaks and time to just wander was go down to Greenwich Village. And Betsy Johnson had a store there. And that is how I was introduced to her. And at that time, I mean, this was quite a long time ago. She's a little bit more well-known in lots of different places now. But at the time, I remember when I walked into that store, I had never seen anything like it. I mean, if you know who she is, I'm going to show you. I printed out some pictures. I love this one of her because, I mean, look at her.
Oh, she's just having so much fun.
She's just so wild. And that's what it felt like walking into her store.
Oh, awesome.
Oh my gosh, Melanie, Unique Boutique. That's where I got my prom dress. My prom dress was a vintage dress that I bought at Unique Boutique. I love that place. I went there all the time. That was where I actually shopped because the prices were a lot more reasonable. The Betsy Johnson store, I just Google inspiration. Google-eyed. Yeah, I got inspiration over there. But her shop just was like, I can't believe this is a thing and people can wear this fun, colorful, wild stuff. And I just absolutely loved it. And here's one of her purses. Look at that. It's just the pink.
Oh, it looks like the bead.
It does. It does.
How funny.
So that's why I grabbed this strand. And then, so what I did is I went and looked just real quick because I was like, you know, this reminds me of Betsy Johnson, but am I remembering that correctly? So I did a quick Google search and I saw a few of her designs and I took some of her, this is not what she makes, but I took a similar shape. She does a lot of things where she does like charms hanging off and there's like a focal in the center and then it tapers back like this. So that's a good way of how you can take an idea and an inspiration. It doesn't look anything like exactly what she makes, but I am mimicking a particular shape that she does a lot because I was inspired by her. Yeah. So cool. I can't believe you said Unique Boutique. I was actually thinking before the show that I was like, what was the name of that store that I used to go in all the time? And as soon as you said that, I was like, ah, that's where I went. And that's where my prom dress was from.
Isn't it funny? I was talking to the kids about this because they journal for school. And I was like, someday, I know this seems crazy, but someday you're going to have so many memories in your head that you're not going to be able to just recall things as easily as you do now. And a journal is nice because then you can write down the most important things and you can revisit and jog your memory.
Right. And I think it's very interesting. Like, kids don't think about the fact that they're not going to remember. And really, like, my kids now are teenagers. And if I ask them about stuff when they were little, they have no idea. Like, they don't remember places we've went. They don't remember anything. So when you're in that age, you just think, well, of course I'll remember all of this. Like, why? What do you mean?
I'm only 7. I only have 7 years worth of memories, Mama.
Right. Easy peasy.
Believe me, it gets a lot harder. All right. Well, I'm going to turn this over to you and let you take it away.
Yes. I do just want to express that I tried to dress a little Betsy Johnson-ish today.
I noticed. I was going to say
Did you notice?
I was like, I see you match your theme today.
I did. And I'm wearing a super large pendant that I made with Christy Friesen using the epoxy sculpt. So this is something that you can do with that epoxy sculpt that came in the kit. It's called a bling bloom. And I think she's still got, I think she did it for one of the TGBEs. So you can still watch that. All right.
Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. I'm gonna go silent, radio silent on this end.
Radio silence, all on me. Hey everybody. Oh my gosh, it's been so much fun hanging out with you all today. So this is the strand from the kit we'll be using. It's called the Champagne Hearts, and it's got that beautiful pink and pearl centerpiece that just screamed Betsy Johnson to me. And then of course, all of this other gorgeous beads in there too. These are fantastic. I think Jem used these in black. And in this strand, you've got them in sort of a brassy gold, which is just so up my alley. So we'll be using that. We'll be using the Soft Flex craft wire, non-tarnished copper in the 18 gauge to make our dangles. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dangles. So I cut myself 5 little pieces of the craft wire over here. I've got 5 inches for the long pendant, 4 inches for the shorter ones on the side, and then 3 inches for these little baubles here at the end. This was the only bead I had left from the strand. So I actually think I might try and figure out, maybe I'll add it to the pendant or something, just so I don't have one little guy hanging out by themselves. So we'll be using the craft wire. I'm also going to be using the Soft Flex Metallics Copper Medium beading wire. So after we do our dangles, we will then string up our design with the dangles in between, and then we'll crimp on the 2 sides. You can make the necklace as long as you want it with the beading wire, and then you'll just finish it off with some crimps, lobster clasp, and I had one little bead left that I added on the back. Melanie has those rose beads in every color, it sounds like. Yeah, they're really pretty. I mean, they just have a very like vintage, fun vibe to them. And I also had to wear this monstrous check glass bead, actually button ring, because that's just super in theme with me today as well. Going big today. So I only had one of these, so I'm going to have to cut this free from my strand. I'm going to cut free my little centerpiece here. So in addition to the strand, I'm also using this really fun asymmetrical copper heart that came. And oh, Becky, if you're not able to use it, send us a message. I have extra beads, so I can send you an extra bead. And this is a blank, so you can stamp this if you want to. I'm not going to do it only because it didn't come in the kit, so I don't want to do something that, didn't come with the kit with all of you. But if you have stamping tools and you want to make a texture on that, or you want to add some stamped words, or if you even wanted to add a little of the ultimate paint or something, you can do that. But it's really beautiful just on its own too. So that's just if you're feeling like you want to add a little something, something. So the first thing we'll do is the centerpiece. Let me go ahead and open up my strand. Oh, Wendy says she never thought she'd be using the beading wire as the chain for the necklace. I know, it's really a nice, technique. Sometimes, especially when you've got a design that has kind of a lot of weight or something in the front and you just want to simplify the back end of it. It's comfortable to wear. It's really soft on your skin, so it doesn't tear into you or anything like that. It's really nice and comfortable to wear. And then it also is fun to show off the color. In this case, it's a metallic color, but sometimes, you might just want it to be a red or a pink or something like that too. Yeah, you can hammer it. That would be really great. So I've got, for my focal, I've got the large bead, the heart. I've got one of these topaz brown rondelles. And then I'm going to use 2 of these little spindles instead of 1, because when I only used 1, he was left out in the cold. I had 1 left over. Oh, thank you, Trudy. Trudy says, keep it big and shiny with wonderful texture. Your ring is to die for. Yeah, and so simple. I mean, I didn't do anything. It's just this beautiful check glass button ring. And I didn't have to do anything to it, but just wrap it.
We should have more of those buttons in our next Soft Flex live sale too.
Yes. Yeah, we should. I don't know if they sent me one. They were going to send me one for a video, but I don't know if that happened. We'll have to see when my package comes. I think it's coming tomorrow. Anne is asking, where did you purchase the copper heart? It actually was included in the Galentine supply kit that you got from softflexcompany.com. And I do think we have just a few left over.
Of the kit, of the full kit.
Yeah, of the full kit. Yeah, we don't have the heart separately. It's only in the kit where you get all of the supply pieces. So I'm going to go ahead and string on my heart onto my wire. And this is the 5 inches of 18 gauge copper craft wire. And then I'll add the 2 little spokes in there. And then I'll add my little rondelle. And then I'm going to go in about, well, let me get you a measurement. I'm not always good with measuring. I just sort of wing it. So about 2 inches. So there's 2 inches on this short side. And I'll just bend it up to meet the other. And what I'm trying to do is keep my rondelle like sitting on top, like so. So it's sort of facing out. or is facing out, not sort of facing out. And then I'm going to take my chain nose pliers and bend the longer side up 90 degrees. And then grab a hold of my loop. And I'm going to go all the way around. I don't have a tutorial for this particular ring, but I do have other tutorials for wire wrapped rings, and it's the same technique. It's the same process. And just take this around. And I will say, I do love my bent nose pliers. I got one. I think James kind of talked me into it. And I really do love using it. So it's somewhat recent to me, so I still am getting comfortable with using it. But I find that the bent nose pliers are really nice for when you're doing wire work. So I went around 3 times, and now I'm going to tuck in that little end. Oh, Melanie, I'm sure. She says, could you do a circular wrap in front of the bead to hold it? Yeah, you probably could. There's always so many different ways that you can do things. This was just sort of how my mind worked and where I ended up. So then I'll string on that lovely big bobble bead, and I'm going to bend my wire down, use my round nose pliers, and I'm going to go back a little bit further than I usually do, just because it's my focal and it's a big bead. And so I'm going to give it a little bit larger of a wrap, of a loopy loop, like so. And then you can go ahead and grab that loop with one of your chain or bent nose pliers, and then use your other to wrap around. Now, I usually do a lot of loops like this with my fingers, but since we're using 18 gauge, it is nice to do the 2 plier route in this case. Trim off your end. Go ahead and tuck this around. And I find the bent nose pliers are really, really great for the tucking part, which used to be the hardest part for me. And so I think that's why I like them. So now we've got our focal done. And I'm going to go ahead and do the next dangle, which is this one right here. So we've got our rose bead. We've got one of those little spoke spacers. And then we've got one of these oval shaped crystals that are at the bottom. So we'll pull that out of our mix. Those 3 right there. And I'm going to grab another piece of my craft wire that I cut up. And this one is going to be about 4 inches in length. So for this one, I'm just going to slide my bead on like so. And I'm going to go up, take the bottom part, and this is again about 1.5 inches on this part here. So I'm going to just take that bottom part and twist it, pull it up so it goes around my bead like so, and take it all the way around that center wire. And I'll probably just wrap it like one full wrap. trim off the little bit of excess and then go ahead and tuck and tighten. Then I will string on my little spoke and then my rose bead. And then at the top, just do the same thing like we did with the first one, making our loop. Grabbing it with my bent nose pliers or your chain nose, and then grab the other one to take that wire and wrap it around. And I really like to do wraps like this versus like an easy loop, because you're going to be stringing it onto beading wire, which is very thin. The wrapped loop is going to have more security. You know, it's not going to, the beading wire can't slip out of it. Okay, so there's one of my second dangles. And then the final little dangle is this little one right here, which uses 1/2 of that bead cap and the smallest of the pink rondelles. So we're going to grab one of those and one of those. And now I'll use my 3 inches of craft wire. Oh, runaway bead. Run away. So I'll do a very similar dangle. We're going to put the 1/2 of the bead cap around this bead, and then I'm just going to smush it a little bit. It's very soft and pliable. Just want to push it so it's cupping around that bead. And this one, I'll probably go about 1.5 inches from the bottom again, which is there. So this part here is 1.5 inches. And then I'll go up. Go around the bead and then around your center wire. Trim off. You can keep going all the way around if you wanted to, but I'm just going to trim off that little end and then make our little loopy on this one. I always laugh at my tools end up in like a different spot every time. I always think in the beginning of my video, like I'm going to put this tool right back here on the left so I can find it.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. And then I look over and I'm like, why in the world would it be like the furthest point from me right now? I just used it.
I know. I just like a jumbled mess of everything.
It cracks me up because I'm like, what was I thinking? I just like want to get it out of my hand as fast as possible or something. And I don't really think about where I'm putting it. Tighten that in. So now I've got those 3 little dangles. I think I'll just cut off the other 2 so you guys don't have to watch me doing the same thing again, but I'm just going to, you just make a secondary one of this one and a secondary one of that one. So now we've got all 5 dangles here. So the next step is to pull out your beading wire and decide, well, you can just work off the spool if you don't want to decide just yet how long you want to make it. You can just leave it on the spool to start. And we're going to set up our pattern. So we're going to do one of these brown beads at the end. Then I've got this dangle. And then I'm going to use one of these sparkly spacer beads. I've got the pearl next to that. And then I've got the other half of this bead cap, which is going to go on that pearl. And then I've got this dangle here. After that, we've got another one of these sparkly spacer beads. We've got one of these champagne. These are so pretty. Look at the shape on these guys. I just love that. And then they've got the two-tone matte and like glossy.
It's a beautiful bead.
It's a really pretty bead.
Comparing it. It's really pretty.
So that one's going to go next to our focal. And we'll grab the other one for the other side. Then that spacer. Then our dangle. Half of the bead cap and the pearl. Spacer again. Oh, you know what I did? Oh, no, I did do it. Okay. I just was seeing extra beads over here, but that's because I did my little TV magic. And then this one, I'm always notorious for forgetting a bead. So
You even fooled yourself with TV magic.
I did. I did. I was like, oh no, why do I have extras? We'll just get these out of the way. So at this point, you should have used all of your beads. But of course, you choose your own adventure. So you don't have to use all of your beads if you don't want to. And now we will string onto our beading wire. So this is Soft Flex medium beading wire, 0.019 diameter in the copper color, which is so pretty. It's our most common diameter size. You can use it for like pretty much everything. It's really the one I use. Like, oh, let's get on camera. It's really the one I use all the time. And I think I made my necklace somewhere around 19 inches, but you can go, all you need to do is just adjust the beading wire size. So if you want to go shorter, you just use less. If you want to go longer, then you would use more. And my hair is like everywhere for some reason today. I always find whenever I take a shower, which I did for all of you today, even though you can't smell me, I smell good.
I realized today that before I go live, I almost always go brush my teeth and use mouthwash. And then I was like, but nobody can even smell my breath.
Nobody would know.
Of like cleaning up for all of you.
Right. It's like, you just feel
And
better.
somebody, by the way, said you were having a fantastic hair day earlier. And
Who,
it's
me?
true. Yes, you.
Oh, it's because I took a shower. I mean, that does make the difference. Well, my sister is she's a hairstylist, and she only washes her hair like twice a week. And she says it's really not great for you to wash it all the time. But her hair, like, man, her just gets better with every day that she doesn't wash it. Mine is not that way. Mine does not get better. But if I'm not going anywhere, I usually try and just let it, because I think it is good for your hair to not strip it every day. I can usually tell because it's like my hair gets more and more up as the time goes on. So there's our necklace pattern, just like so. I'm going to go ahead and cut my wire free from the spool. And I'm going to kind of find the center. And I'm going to crimp the two ends here. So we end up using 4 crimps in this design. We do 2 crimps on the ends to keep our design centered, and then 2 crimps towards the back for our clasp. And I've done this kind of design without crimping right here, so you don't always have to add the extra crimp, but it does stabilize it and make it nice and centered if you don't mind that it'll move around on you. And sometimes I don't mind, so sometimes I don't do that extra step. So yeah, it's your call. That is your call. So I'm going to cut a little extra piece of my beading wire. Oh, Kim says, fabulous and fun. Thank you. Just like my muse for this design.
I thought you were going to say just like my hair today.
Just like my hair. Fabulous and fun.
Debbie, Sarah James is not here today. I am hosting because she is on a cruise. Yeah, she's so wonderful, but she can't be with us today. So I am your fearless host for the day. And I'm just Sarah Ayler from Soft Flex Company, the other Sarah. And she did jump on to say hi, but she is cruising.
Yeah, I think she's out at sea. So it might have just been like if she was able to kind of pop in the beginning, and she was in the comments I saw right at the start. We miss her, but we understand, you know. She had a surprise event happen, which is super fun for her. Okay, so I'm going to take my little extra strand and wiggle it into my crimp tube. And I put a little bead stopper on the other side so that everything doesn't go flying. You want to make sure when you're crimping that you don't have your design laying flat like this, because you need some wiggle room for all of those beads to move around. And if you have it flat like this, not only will it look odd because it's not going to lay like it's supposed to lay, it's going to create a lot of tension and put a lot of stress on your crimp and on your design, and that might lead to something breaking, because normally it's not going to break. But if you get too tight in there, you're more likely to have something like that happen. Then I add this little extra strand in here because I'm going to use my crimping pliers, my magical crimping pliers. What these do is turn that 2mm crimp tube into a little bead. You do need to use 2mm crimp tubes with this plier only. That's the only size it works with. And it also likes to have 2 wires running through. If I only left the 1 wire, it's not going to grab that crimp and really stabilize it. So I just put my crimp right in the center of that 1 notch on this plier. You could use a different crimping plier if that's what you have, but this one's my favorite. So I'm going to just clamp that down. It's ravioli time, which means it makes this little ravioli-like shape. So you've got 4 pinched corners. You place that back inside your notch on a 90-degree angle from where you were the first time. Squeeze it down, and then I like to go around like 3 or 4 more times. I'm rolling that crimp inside of that notch. And if at any point I pull it out and I end up out of sync, it's going to smash my crimp. So it's really important for it to stay just like that, right in the center of that tool. It can be a little tricky to get a hang of this tool, but once you get a hang of it, I always say that there's a feel to it, and you can kind of just know when you've got it in the right place, even if you're not looking that closely at it. So you just got to practice until you can get that feel down. So now I've got that side crimped, and I can take off my bead stopper on this side and then use what's left over of that little scrap wire to slide into this crimp. And again, you want to make sure you're not going to crimp it super tight. You want to leave a little bit of space. One other thing that's really nice about this crimping plier is that there is a little space that's left on the end. So it kind of forces you, the size of this plier, it does kind of force you to leave a little space, which is good. And we'll do the same thing. Crimp, turn it 90 degrees, put it back in that notch, crimp again, and then I go around a couple more times, just kind of cinching it down and rounding out that crimp tube. And then taking my flush cutters with the flush side, you can go all the way up to that crimp and chop it right off. Because if your crimp is done correctly, you don't have to leave any wire hanging out of the end. They are worth the money. I mean, I really feel like they make such a pretty crimp and such a finished look. And there's so many times where I feel like it just is so nice because it's just done. You don't have to do anything else to it. So now on the other side of your design, I'm just going to measure this out real fast, see where I'm at. I think I want to be around 19 inches, tends to be like a comfortable, shorter necklace size for me. Where are those crimps? Where did I throw those crimps? Anne is asking, yes, does Soft Flex sell the special crimp tool? We do. It's called the Magical Crimping Plier. And you can find that plier as well as just the regular bead crimping plier. Those two we have online. So now I'm going to add my crimp to one side. And I was just holding my place here. So that's where I want it. That's where I want the length of my necklace to be. And then I'm going to grab a lobster clasp out of our little findings kit that came with it. And then just loop that wire back down into your crimp. And what's also nice is if you like the look of this, but you want to add a little extender chain on the back, that's what I did with the bloom necklace I'm wearing today. Is it's done with Soft Flex wire, but I did add I connected a chain just on the back end so that I can have an extension if I want it to be real long. So that's always an option too. It's nice to have options, right? When you're not every shirt looks good with a short necklace and not every shirt looks good with a long necklace. So it's like I'm always flipping and flopping back and forth. And let me just look at where I put it on the lobster clasp side. That one bead we have left if you want to add it to the back, I just added it to the loop that the lobster clasp is on. So you can make one more little wrapped loop. Before you wrap it all the way around, you would slide it in and then close it up. Oop. I'm just going to find my crimp location for this side and just go back down and make another loop. And you don't even have to add anything else. You don't need a jump ring or anything like that because this will be nice and secure. This loop doesn't have anything that will pop open. Debbie's asking, does the magical crimping plier work for 1 millimeter and 2 millimeter crimps? It does not. It only works for the 2 millimeter crimps. That's what size, that little notch in the center is specially made for the 2 millimeter size. The 1 millimeter will be too small and it won't fit in there. We have a tool called the micro crimper that you would use for the 1 millimeter. But it doesn't do that the same little thing that the 2 millimeter one does. So there's my one extra bead. So I'll just trim off a little bit more cropped wire. Don't need very much. I'll just do 3 inches, which is probably more than you need, but it's always nice to have more. Just go up and make your last little dangle. Trim that. I don't know why I don't wear this sweater more often. It's super cute. So I'm looking at it right now.
It's really cute. I love it with that color underneath it too.
Yeah, with the pink.
You're adorable.
I'm looking at it on my sleeves and I'm like, oh, it's so cute.
Nothing like admiring yourself as you work.
Look at how cute my sweater is. Oh, so this is what I mean about adding your dangle. You're going to make your loop, and before you close it, you're going to open it up and then add it to this little, probably going to do it actually on the bottom side so it hangs below the clasp. And then you close it here so that you wrap it after you've got it hooked in to your loop on the beading wire. And now it's super secure and it's not going to fall off. You could do this part first and then just add it on before you do the crimping, but I did it the first time. I did it at the last minute too because I realized, oh, I just have this one left. So it'll be cute on the back end to have just a little bit of a bead. All right. Oh, and Debbie says, cute sweater, and I smell good too. It's a good day, Debbie. It's a Friday night. Oh, Brittany, where is Brittany located? She's located here in Arizona with me. So she's on my time zone. Oh, Melanie is wondering if she can take a bathroom break. Now would be a good time because I finished my design and Brittany's got a couple of minutes before she comes on. So this is a good time for a bathroom break. If anyone needs to grab a drink or a bathroom break, now is your chance.
I'm logging my phone into the studio and I'll show you what I made with that same bead strand.
Awesome.
But it's just going to take me a second. Maybe you can talk about our sale that we have going on, Chris.
Oh, yeah. I'm just scrolling back to see if I have any other questions in here. But yes, what do we have going on? Oh, we have a heartwarming sale going on. Of course we do. We've got a category called holidays on our website. So if you go to shop and then click on holidays, we have all sorts of red, pink, and even chocolate brown items in that category that are now 25% off. So everything in there, just add it to your cart. You'll get that 25% off automatically. You don't need a coupon or anything. It is good for retail and guests only. If you're a different customer type and you want to take advantage of it, just check out as a guest and you'll be able to receive that 25% off. What you got over there, Sarah?
So I took apart the same strand, and the first thing that I did was I decorated my heart. So
that's fun.
A little flower from an old calendar, and I used some Liquitex gel medium and attached it on there. I added a little bit of a glitter paint on top just to give it a little bit of extra something. But you can do lots of different things on a metal blank like this. Like Kristen was saying, you can stamp it, you can collage on top of it, you can paint it, you can totally make it your own. So there's lots of options.
That was really great. I'm so excited you did that.
It was fun. Yeah, it was nice because it was something that I didn't have to have in the kit. Like I get the excitement of doing something with things that are around that I may not normally get to use. So
Sarah's always very good. You're always very good on Wednesdays and stuff. You always have your kit and you stick with only the kit. And then I sometimes get the opportunity to say, well, I'll bring in this and I'll bring in that because Sarah's already done a kit only design. So the tables are turned today and you get to just play.
It's been an exciting day. I made a long chain. So I used that 18 gauge Soft Flex craft wire to interconnect and make pieces. And then I just attached it all with some copper colored Soft Flex on the back end using some 2x2 millimeter crimp tubes. And so there's no clasp on this design. And it's just a little bit of a different option for how it's going to wear because it's just a lot longer, it's going to sit right down in front, which I think will look really nice.
So pretty.
Thanks. Still got some beads.
You got a couple of beads left. You can make a pair of earrings or something to go with it. Perfect.
Yeah, these would be really cute for a pair of earrings. These two little beads here.
Tammy's saying, isn't the kit just a starter to a final project? You can add whatever you want to it. Yes, it totally is. We try as the designers that are here sharing a project with you, we try to just stick with everything that came in the kit so that if that's all you have, you can definitely create, the design that we create. But in reality, it really is up to you and you can add and take away anything you want on the kit and make your design totally different.
If you're brand new to beading, sometimes it's nice to just make along with someone and get the feel for things and understand how the wire works. And it can be really, really fun and easy, whereas if you've been doing it for a long time, you might want to take pieces and parts from your own inventory and mix and match things and just get ideas and tips and tricks. So that's
I find it's
fun.
Yeah, I find for me when I get a kit like this, when I'm able to just, grab some stuff from my own stash, it always reminds me of something, like, oh, I have this pendant that I've been hoarding for 10 years that will be perfect with the beads I just got. And I always find that that's really fun to be able to mix and match some stuff that you have along with the things that you get, because there's always things that we forget about or we put aside for a special project. And then all of a sudden you get a kit or something and it just reminds you that, oh, I have a perfect piece to go with this. And it's great to be able to do that. Sarah, you're so good with designing on the spot.
Well, it's really easy when nobody's watching. Like that's the best. Right. It's fun when you guys are watching too and you can help me, but it's also kind of nice to just be here in the background, like doing whatever I feel like doing.
Oh, Susan's asking about wire guards. We get this question every now and then. It's really a personal preference thing. It's more of a design aesthetic. When using Soft Flex beading wire, you don't have to have wire guards. I think that the idea about wire guards is that they stop the wire from having too much friction against the clasp. And we have such a wonderful nylon product and it's just so strong. You really aren't going to have that issue. But some people still like the aesthetic look of them. So that's why they might use them. But it's not something that I've ever used in all of the years that I've done beading. We sold them for a little while, but it just isn't something we worry about too much.
Well, and if you use other brands of beading wire, you might need it because some of them aren't as strong as ours is, and especially at that connection because you're folding a wire over. Like Jem was talking a little bit about it with the copper craft wire earlier. When you bend something metal back and forth enough times, it'll work, harden, and snap. And steel wire is like that too. We have a really special proprietary braid and a type of steel that we use that makes our wire really indestructible in a lot of ways when it's used properly. And so it's just not necessary to have those little extra add-ons. But some of the other brands out there do snap at the clasp pretty easily when there's a lot of abuse, on a design. So that was a really good question.
Yeah. I feel like we hadn't really addressed that in quite a while. So thank you for that, Susan.
Yeah. So we have Brittany coming up in about 8 minutes. If you guys have any other questions, we would love to field those questions. I think what I'd love to do is maybe show you guys what's going on our website.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Let me grab this share screen and we'll take a look at our Valentine's sale. And again, if you need to go to the bathroom or get a snack, this is a great time because we're going to keep streaming for 2 more sessions with Brittany Chabers. And then we have Christy Friesen at the end.
Anne is wondering what you did to add the paper rose. So Sarah used a product called Liquitex Gesso, which acts like a white glue or a Mod Podge. Those it acts in a very similar way.
I'll show it to you when I come back so you can see it. I picked this up based on Candy Cooper's recommendation for collaging. And I wondered if it would work on this metal, and it worked like a charm. So yeah, I'll definitely show you that in just a minute. So here's our sale, 25% off all the Valentine's items. I'm not even sure what's in here. I'm excited to look. We've got a chocolate kiss bead mix. We've got our new chocolate kiss beading wire pack. Hopefully they made more of those because I saw you guys were buying those like crazy and they had to restock them.
There were only, I think, 3 of them left earlier today. So I hope they didn't.
I hope they made more. We've got, by they, we mean our warehouse crew that's done an hour ago. They're already home and have their feet up. This little 14 by 14 millimeter heart went fast, but we still have the 12 by 12. I don't think we have a lot of those, if I remember correctly.
That one we
So-
had more in stock actually of that one than the
okay.
other one. That's why it's still there, I think. And that should be in my box coming this weekend. So I'm excited. I might work with that on
Ooh.
Monday if that arrives in
Cool.
time.
The Chocolate Kiss Beading Design Challenge Kit is available and it is 25% off. It looks like we still have a Galentine's Day supply kit, at least one, if you wanted to grab that at 25% off. That's a smoking hot deal. You can get that. We have the 4mm sorted check glass. We've got a hot pink Peace and Love bead strand. So pretty.
That we don't have too many left. There's probably just a couple. And then we've got some beading wire that's in here that are discontinued colors. So they're already on sale. And then you're going to get an extra 25% off of those. So that's a pretty great.
Heart.
I know.
The heart
that
lock
little
is
locket's so cute.
Bead stoppers. Those aren't the red bead stoppers, right?
They are the red bead stoppers. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. I wonder why they say they're sold out. I know they aren't.
That's the mini one though. So
I know,
maybe,
but I know they're not.
Okay.
I just talked about those. Thomas, will you please send Montse an email? Every time I go on the website, I find something. Look at all these pretty chocolate CZs.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
So we've got CZs in the chocolate, in the lighter pink, and then in the more of like the hotter pink colors. We probably have red too.
Look at those ones. Look at those big simple cut ones. That's pretty. And then look at this would be pretty with this.
And if you like sparkle, if you guys have not seen CZs in person, they have a ton of sparkle. They're one of the things in the gallery that would always just like under a light, they were just like, wow.
I mean, look at these. Let me see if the picture gets a little bigger. Look at that. Those are fantastic. Very pretty.
So many.
Yeah, there's lots of pinks and reds, and it looks like they included all the chocolate layers too, which is fun to match our kit for the month.
Kim says that our CZs are gorgeous. Yeah, they're really special. They are they're very clear and sparkly, and the colors are just so saturated. And Becky is saying she should have gotten her bead stoppers from us because they don't have the little tips on them, the little pads. But
well, you can always use more bead stoppers.
You really
I don't know. I always need bead stopper.
I've got, look at this little jar of bead stoppers I have by my table.
Let me stop sharing.
Oh,
let me see your jar of bead stoppers.
I have this little thing that's like right next to me. And then of course I have a ton of bead stoppers on products that I haven't finished because they're great for that.
It's awesome. So this is the Liquitex acrylic medium gel matte is the one that I got, or matte gel, I guess. So I had picked this up because I was doing Collage Club with Candy Cooper. Well, I was watching and then doing it with my daughters quite a bit. So it's been really handy. I mean, I've almost used this whole thing.
You can use it for a lot of different things. And
I've used a ton of it.
And Sarah, like she said, she's got the matte, but they do also sell it in like a satin and a glossy. You can use it to put on top if you wanted to make like a clear coating on something. It's very versatile.
And Candy's not selling it. I think she just suggested you look for it online. I think I bought it on Amazon, so it was easy for me.
Mm-hmm.
She was doing a lot of Collage Club during the early year of the pandemic. So, so I was ordering everything online and still am now. But yeah, so that's what I used to add a little detail onto my heart here.
So I think Brittany's here with us.
Oh, good. Yep, right on time.
Yeah.
Are you ready, Brittany?
Yeah.
Here she comes.
There she is.
Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I have my
we could take
headphones
my
in,
thing out.
So I don't do well with the 2 cam thing, so we're just doing the 1 camera today. But
It is
everybody.
easier. The 2 cam can be tricky.
It's so good. It was so good to see you in person.
Yeah, it's like I was like so excited when I turned that corner and I saw both of you. I was like, there they are. It was like getting starstruck.
And we were like, there she is.
It was like almost like I Spy or Where's Waldo, trying to find the bead people at all the bead shows. We're like, there's one, and run up to them.
So it's so funny because it's like it's so big and so vast and so many shows, and it's just so exciting when you see somebody. You're like, I know that person
that you actually know. Yeah.
Yeah. And you've been talking to for a couple of years, and you've never met in person, but you know a lot about them.
That was the special
creepy,
treat.
But it's wonderful to see them.
Oh,
it's always a little bit on that, like, this is so exciting, but a little awkward too, right? Like it is funny in that way because you feel like you know someone so well online, and now you're just like, oh, you're in front of me now. That's
I always find myself thinking, have I met them in person before? And when was that? Or have I only seen them online? I honestly can't tell the difference anymore. And then a lot of times people are like, of course we've met in person. I'm like, we have.
Exactly. I know. And then it's funny because some people come up to me, are you Brittany? I'm like, yeah, what's up? And they're like, oh, I follow you online. You do. That's
so cool.
I know,
so cool.
It's one of my favorite things. So
what a fun trip. And I will say, Brittany, you have a fabulous video that you posted about cleaning your beads and the pendant, some of the things that you got. So I was just telling Sarah about that. I think we might direct people over to check out your video.
Thank you. Yeah, it's you know, going to African Village or any of the bead shows, really, your hands just turn like filthy with all the dirt, dust, and grime from shipping. And a lot of people don't know that you can wash some beads, and they're like, you're doing what? So I tell you how to wash them, and then I take you through washing a pendant that is actually vintage, but you couldn't tell how beautiful it was because it's caked in like years of dirt and dust. So a lot of people found it very satisfying.
It was satisfying to watch. I was like, oh, this is so exciting. And
send it to Rosa. That's who you should send it to.
That's true. Because we got a bunch of stuff from one of the vendors, and luckily it was the last one we looked at before we left, but we were covered in dirt. And I was like, oh my gosh, I want to eat this. Like, I think I had a piece of candy with me in my pocket. And I was like, I can't eat this yet because I got to go wash my hands.
So funny. I felt like the camp mom this time because I had my roller bag, but my roller bag was stocked. I had Tylenol, I had baby wipes.
Oh, that was smart.
I had everything. So everybody was like, can I have a baby wipe? I'm like, yeah, sure. So
what do you need?
Yeah,
a Mary Poppins bag.
You need a water bottle? You need you need a snack? It was like,
I need a rolly bag next year. I am getting a rolly bag and it's going to be huge.
Yes.
Everyone walks out. Here comes Sarah from Soft Flex with their rolly bag.
I know. Especially when I'm like overbuying and walking out of each show with like 50 to 100 pounds of beads in my back. I'm like, I could just roll it.
So nice. Well, this was our first time like going down for Soft Flex and like really shopping. Like we always had a booth, so we were on the other end and
Mike
like
did the shopping.
Mike was the shopper. Yeah.
Okay.
So this was the first time that like Sarah was really shopping, and I was there to assist for a little bit. But we were like, we have to make a list of things and prepare a little bit more for the next time because it's so overwhelming.
Wait to see what you guys got. I haven't even finished my videos yet. I've only put up 2 or 3, but I have a lot more. I just haven't
Good.
They're still putting all the stuff in, but I'm excited to show everyone too. I see Kelly's here, one of our friends that we also got to see in Tucson, sending you a big hug today.
I got to see her too. That was awesome.
And Julie's here, which we ran into Julie with you, Brittany.
Yeah, hey,
so that was really fun. Hi, Julie.
All my Galentine pals.
Yeah. So,
what do you think, Kristen? Are you ready to head out? And we'll flip Brittany's camera down.
Well, Brittany, we have to pass the pliers.
Oh, we're passing. Okay.
Grab the pliers.
So grab a plier. I am going to take my pliers and I'm going to pass them over to you this way. Oh, I got to go this way.
You got to come on the other side.
Okay.
Here they come. There they are.
That was hard. We got it. We did it.
Coordination. What's happening? This way, that way.
Oh my goodness.
On
That
to
was fun.
Brittany's hour. We're so
Yes.
glad you were able to spend some time with us, Kristen. And
Oh, it
I
was so
hope you have
fun.
a wonderful, relaxing weekend
Thank
ahead of
you.
you. Do you have anything you're doing in your art creative group that you would like to share before you leave?
Oh, that's so sweet of you. Well, we just did a Valentine's card swap, so that went over really well. We got a lot of people participating, so I'm hoping we'll do that again. And I have a group called Discover Your Creative Magic on Facebook, and that's where I show up like once a month, and we have a theme, and I just talk about creative living and painting, watercolor, and all of that good stuff. And then throughout the month, we share stuff that's going on with beading, and everyone gets to share things that they're working on creatively. I also have a circle group that just started called Creative Magic Circle, and that's over on Patreon. And that I'm doing full-blown workshops. I'm actually doing a 4-month painting workshop all about the elements, air, fire, water, and earth. And that kicked off this month. You can still join that if you were interested in something like that. So lots of fun stuff. But if you join me at Discover Your Creative Magic on Facebook, you'll get all the details of what we've got going on. Lots of creative love. And thank you for allowing me a chance to share that with everybody, Sarah.
Absolutely. Brittany, did you want to switch your camera down at all?
Yes, let me do that.
And then we'll get moving. And yeah, we just had such a nice time with you today, Kristen. Thank you for being
great.
here.
Love you
And
all.
we'll see you. We'll see you soon.
I'm flipping it. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Let me put this front and
There
center.
we go.
Oh, there it goes. And of course, my computer's extra slow because it's been streaming for 3 hours.
Oh my goodness. Your ISP is probably like, what is this woman doing? So
both my computer and my children and my dog are all like, what is she doing?
I know, my poor dog was just looking at me like, can we play? No, honey, you had all day. No, it's mommy's gotta work. But no,
I'm gonna go silent and give you the front seat view now. Okay.
All right, perfect. Thanks, Sarah. Hi, everybody. I'm so excited to show you this necklace today, and we're going to do a little cute pair of matching earrings. For this necklace, in your kits, you'll need the Sweet Dreams strand, and you'll need this purple set of cubes. We're probably going to use most, if not all of these cubes, but I would say measure with your heart. I'm going to say that probably a bunch because that's how I pretty much design these days. If you don't want to use all the cubes that I used on this necklace, use as many as you feel like using. We're also going to make a pendant using the beading wire from Soft Flex, the purple amethyst color. I love this color. So we're going to use quite a bit of this. We're going to need 2 matching lengths. And again, I'm going to say measure with your heart. It really is going to depend on how long you want your necklace. This necklace, and I have a ruler here with me. This necklace is just about 18 inches almost. And I think I used just over 2 feet of wire on each piece. So you're going to need at least, I would say, 4 feet of wire for an 18-inch length. So, and you can, the cool thing about this is you can customize this however you'd like. If you want to use 2 different colors of Soft Flex, if you want to use the copper that was in the kit, or if you have a color that wasn't in the kit, you can always use that. And you can also customize this by making it into a bracelet instead of a necklace as well. So let's start with the pendant. I'm going to cut apart my strand here, which right when I saw this strand, I was like, Sarah, can I use this strand, please? Because it's just so pretty. And purple isn't a traditional Valentine's Day color, but I think it works so well with Valentine's. We're going to use this beautiful, I call it a bling ball, but I know it's a boho ball. These are handmade. And we're going to grab one of these little spacers. We're also going to take a crystal rondelle spacer and one of these flower spacers and whatever crystal you want, but I'm going to grab this one that's kind of like a disco ball. Okay, for now I'm going to move the rest of the beads to the side just so we can make our pendant pretty quickly. For this pendant, you're also going to need 2 soft flex crimps. I'm going to take my wire, and I'm probably going to cut more than I need, but I always like having a little bit extra just to make sure that I have enough to do my project. That's probably about 7 or 8 inches. And I'm just going to thread on this first spacer. You can use whatever spacer or bead you'd like in that situation. Then we're going to come up and put both pieces through our boho. And we have one through. It is a hollow bead, so you might have to try a couple times, but typically you can get it through there. I'm going to try and put them together again, but sometimes it takes a moment for it to get through. Sometimes you might need to use a needle too, but there we go. So instead of using like a copper wire or a metal-based wire, we're using the beading wire to create the dangle at the bottom of the pendant. And then you have a couple options on when you want to put on your crimp tube from Soft Flex. I am going to test it out. I'm going to put on my crystal rondelle spacer first, then my crimp tube. And what might happen is it might go through the crystal rondelle spacer, which is fine. It kind of rests in there. And then what'll happen is we're going to rest these beads on top of it. But I'm going to create a crimp here just to make sure that my dangle is hanging where I'd like it to hang. I'm just using traditional crimping pliers today. I'm going to move this down to where I want it to hang, but if you want it hanging up here, that's fine. I'm just going to move it a little bit closer down. And I'm going to settle that in the largest valley of my crimping pliers. Making sure it didn't get too tight on there. There we go. And I'm going to crimp. Then I'm going to come up and turn it 90 degrees and crimp again. So we've got our little piece and he's locked in place. Our beads aren't going to come off. I'm going to come in again with my flower spacer, slide that down, and then my crystal. And as you can see, they are resting, and that crimp tube is kind of resting inside the dip from my rondelle. All right, so I'm going to put on my next crimp tube. The cool thing is, if you're missing a pendant, or you have a bunch of beads and you just can't find a pendant to match, this is a really fun and easy way to create a pendant to go with your beads. So you don't just do a beaded necklace, you can do a pendant hanging from your beaded necklace. So here I have both of my pieces coming up through that crimp tube. Then I'm going to just take one piece and come back down, and we're probably going to have to move our crimp tube back up a little bit. I'm going to push our wire in there. The copper is a little thicker. The walls are a little thicker than some of the other Soft Flex crimp tubes, but we can usually get 2 or 3 of the wires in there. It's
a really tight fit with the copper. It's always like a squeeze to like, but it
we'll get fit there.
Yeah, tell that nylon coating to suck it in.
I love it. Telling my beads to suck it in. I love that. So I might have to grab a different one, but I see it coming through. That nylon coating is just, here we go. I might have to grab. The problem is I also have pretty long nails. I should have probably cut my nails before the live today, but see, it's eking through there. We just need to have some patience.
Sometimes you'll take a plier and you can just gently push it through.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. Try pushing and then I'll try pulling.
These are all such good things for people to see because they will come across the same thing.
Yes, we don't. That's what I say on my YouTube channel. I don't want to show you something perfect because then you're going to yell at me when you can't do it. So I leave in a lot of the bloopers or a lot of the mistakes and tell people how to fix them, because it's not real life if you're making a perfect piece of jewelry every single time. That just, it doesn't happen.
No, that's not realistic.
So
especially when you're learning something new or doing something new, it always takes time.
All right, so I am just pulling and repositioning until I get the crimp tube where I'd like it to be. I'm running into a little bit of resistance right at the top here, but we'll get it fixed. This is probably the part of the necklace I spent the most time doing. It's not difficult. It's just like we said, you just need some patience. We're just going to be working that down. There we go. And it really just also depends on how high you want your loop or how long you want your loop. I didn't do too large of a loop here. So I'm going to be pulling and just reconfiguring. There we go. Pulling that down just a little bit because we want it to be pretty straight. And I'm going to grab another piece. I have a lotion on my hands, so it's kind of slippery.
Oh no, that's the worst.
I know. I was like, well, do we want dry hands on camera, which they're dry anyway, or do we want it to be slippery jewelry?
Right. No, I can't count how many times I put like cuticle cream on or something right before going live, and then I'm like, why did I do that?
I can't get a grip right. So there we go. There we go. Yeah, as you can see, we just kind of, you take your time. We people who make jewelry online in videos tend to speed things up, but this is real life pace. So I'm going to go ahead and just do a crimp. And then if you have Soft Flex magical crimping pliers, you could just make your little ravioli. But I'm just doing a regular crimp here. And then we have some tails to cut. So I just want to be very careful, because I've done it on a live video before, that you're cutting the right wire. You want to make sure you cut your tail and not your loop. And we'll do the same thing down here. Get in as close as possible. Here we go. And we have our pendant, which is going to hang on our necklace. And you can, if you have 2 major beads in the front, you could just make that a pair of earrings. That's pretty fun. Okay, so for the necklace, we want to choose the beads that we're going to be using. I have 2 of these flowers. I'm going to be using these boho beads from Jesse James Beads. These huge crystals that just make me super happy. And 2 of the crystal rondelles, and then, or rondelle spacers, and then 2 crystal rondelles. And then we'll have some leftover beads that we're going to use in the quick pair of earrings that we're going to make. going to open my cubes. I'm going to set those right there because we are going to be using a lot of cubes. I would save 8 at least for your pair of earrings. And then I'm just going to measure out. I'm going to measure out about 2.5 feet for each length. So a total of 5 feet. But like I said, measure with your heart. You could go longer or shorter. And then if you're doing a necklace, or I'm sorry, a bracelet, I would definitely go shorter. So there's 2.5 feet. And I'll cut a matching length. Two and a half feet is probably going to come up with a pretty short necklace like mine, which was just about 18 inches. And that's also dependent on how many of the cubes you use, and or if you use a different bead, how large that bead is. So I would say just experiment, have fun. What I'm going to do first is I am going to slide on my pendant and move it down to the middle. Just so we know where we're starting. And then I am going to slide on 1 cube. And I'm going to do this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. I'm going to slide on 1. And then on the other strand, I'm going to slide on another. So right now, it's not really impacting where the bead is resting on the necklace. That'll come up in just a moment. But I'm going to put 5 on, so 3 on one side, 2 on another, trying to make sure that they're staggered where they're landing. But if they're not, once we get to the flower, they will be. Okay, so I put 5 on. Again, I want to come down to the middle, making sure that I have enough length on both sides and that they're even. Okay. And we are just going to stagger those beads. This will get a little bit easier once we do the first flower that'll hold things in place. So what I'm going to do is take one of my pieces, put it through the front of the flower, and then take the other piece and put it through the back. But then we're going to come up towards the top and move that flower down. So that flower is acting as kind of like a bead stopper or a crimp tube to hold these beads in place. I'm making sure that I did this correctly. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I did this portion incorrectly, but I think it'll work in just a moment. We got to get the beads on the other side and then we'll be good. Let's just make sure. Sarah, do you ever have that moment where you're like, how did I do this? When you're trying to teach it? Because that happens to me.
I like to make things on the spot so that I don't have that moment, because I don't have a fantastic memory. And
Gotcha.
so I always find it really challenging when we do the jewelry making parties and we have to have the design ahead of time.
I gotcha. Like this one, I was like, oh, I'll remember how I did that. And then no,
yeah,
we're doing it, but that's okay. Once we get, we'll come back to that portion because I'm pretty sure I did it right, but we got to hold the flower. The flower really holds the things in place. So I want to make sure that the flower is halfway through, at least on the sides, and then we can come back to this portion. This is just going to keep moving around. And then, okay, so the flowers are holding that in place. You move it down just a little bit. There we go. Perfect. Now I'm going to go put on a cube. going to be sad if I can't remember how I did this and then we have a necklace that's not working. Just kidding. Let's see.
You'll make it work one way or another. I have faith.
Oh, you know what? Okay, yeah, I did do this wrong. Okay, so here we go. We're going to start over. I'll come back to that part. I already did the flower, which we went in through the front and the back. Okay, so this one we're putting 2 pieces through the bead. That's what was happening. We're putting 2 pieces through this bead. Sorry for the technical difficulties, folks. That's what happens sometimes on live. So we're putting both strands through that bead, and then we're coming back and putting only one through the next. Okay, so then we're pushing that down like that. And then we are coming back through the next one with 2 strands. So every other bead is hugged by the wire. So we're seeing the wire come through, and then your wire's going through the second bead, both pieces. We got there. And then this next one, we're going to do the exact same thing. Only one. And then we're going to come through both of this one. So you can see that it's kind of looking like staggered, but it's also holding the wire in place and holding the beads in place. So at this point, I'm going to take these off of this side. And then this will just be the left half of the necklace over here. We're just going to make sure that these line up. And I'm just going to move everything down a little bit, which is pretty easy to do with this design. So we moved everything down. Now I'm going to put on my pendant. Okay, and then we'll start that over again on the other side to hold that pendant in place. Just moving these beads down just a little bit more. So we'll start with 1 cube, going through with both wires, then switching, and then just repeating that until we have to get to that second flower with after the 5th cube. Are there any questions?
I have not seen anything. I've just seen some really nice comments about how you're the master of making it work and it's looking really pretty, and purple is my favorite color. So you're doing great.
That's sweet. All right, so there we go. And then oh, thank you. All right, so we're going to go through again the front of the flower and the back of the flower. The thing that I really like about this technique is sometimes I really want to see the design on a flat bead, and sometimes like just stringing it on a necklace, you can't see that. And this is a great way to see like those designs on flat beads, kind of like we incorporated on the pendant too, because we would never see how cool that bead looks unless we figured out a way to see it like 2D this way instead of 2D stacked on other beads. All right, excuse me. So here we go. Our necklace is started. You can see that those flowers are holding our cubes, and you can move those around a little bit to get them to get the pendant right in the middle like that. And then we're just going to keep doing that until we get to the next portion of the necklace. So I'm going to do 5 more. when I saw these cubes, I was like, I want to use all of them. And then I wanted to do something that wasn't just regular stringing, but incorporated this awesome purple.
I'm using all of them right now too. I couldn't help myself. They're so beautiful.
They're so cute too. They're tiny. And you know, cube, when we were in Tucson, I saw some really great cubes. It was really hard not to buy every single cube I laid my eyes on. Seems to be a really hot shape this year.
What was your favorite thing that you picked up in Tucson?
I got a strand of turquoise, graduated turquoise wheels, and I am obsessed with them. So they're just kind of like sitting on my bead table, and I just stare at them because I'm like, oh, I finally got one.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it made me so happy. All right, so next I'm going to go through twice with both pieces through the next set of beads. So I'm going to use this crystal rondelle spacer, and what this is doing is holding those beads in place as well. Then again, these boho beads are hollow, so you just have to work at it for a little bit. It's easier if you look through the hole like that to try and get your string or your stringy material through. It's hard to do that also with the camera. Sometimes you just have to do one piece at a time.
Everything is harder with the camera. And I was also having a hard time getting my wire through that big boho bead.
Sometimes you can make your own needle by folding just a piece of wire and dragging it through, which might have to happen because, oh, there's one piece.
If you're going to do it on camera, it's always going to be harder. That's
of course.
Just the rule of the game here.
Every single time. And then finish it off with one of these crystals. And then I am just going to go up the back and I'm going to put on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more of these crystals. I think I used an extra one here, but that's okay. You can use as many or as few as you'd like. Okay. I am excited to watch the replay on everything because I worked today and I couldn't watch anybody. So I'm really excited. Kay's projects looked amazing, and so did Jem's and Kristen's, and I can't wait for Christy. Christy's looks really exciting.
I know. Yeah. I feel like Christie's is just the most out of everyone's wheelhouse. And so there's going to be a ton of learning in the next hour to finish this whole thing out. But it's been such an amazing day. I've learned so much and just had so much fun over here beading away.
What a great way to spend the day, right?
Oh my gosh. And I so needed it. You have no idea.
I'm right there with you. My day job, it was very hectic this week coming off of vacation. So I'm just getting to play with beads. Very happy. I'm a happy girl.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I came back from Tucson. So I also just had a mountain of work to do and lots of unfortunate incidents this week. I don't know. It's like, is it a full moon right now? Or
I mean, it could be. I don't know. There was one recently.
What are we blaming it on this week? Because they're
Mercury in retrograde, maybe. I don't know. I don't even know what that means.
Stuff going on that I was not anticipating, you know?
Yes, I do know exactly what you're talking about. It happens.
It does. It does. And then we bead and we feel better.
Yes. I actually got some really great news several different times today. So I'm feeling good. Can't wait to express that by making some new jewelry on my channel. And I get to make
and what is the name of your channel, Brittany? So everybody
My
and
channel is Turquoise Street. Well, it's Turquoise dot Street, but I just say Turquoise Street. You can find it either way. But you know, I have over 700 videos. I looked the other day. It was like, you have like 756 videos. I said, really? Does this just look like I don't have a life? But
no,
I
it looks
do.
like you're an amazing jewelry maker.
Oh, thank you. I do have a lot of fun over there, I got to tell you.
And all your followers have a lot of fun too, from what I see.
Hope so. I hope so. Oh, and right now in my bead group, which is just called Brittany's Beads, we're doing a challenge, the alphabet challenge. Today was day F. Today is day F. So I haven't made anything for day F yet, but we are every day of the month, or well, for the full 26 days, we're going to be making a different piece of jewelry that corresponds with that letter. So people today have been using frog. I haven't had a chance to even pop over there and see what people are doing. But yesterday was, a couple days ago, it was D. So they did D for donut, and it's just so cool. I'm having so much fun with this challenge.
It looks super cute and fun.
Yes, everybody's so creative too. Like there are things they're doing that I'm like, I would have never thought to use that letter for that. I'm like, this is so great. I was thinking like, oh, let's just do B for bracelet, stuff like that. People are so creative. I love it. All right, so we're in the home stretch here on this necklace. I'm just gonna put the remaining crystals on. Thank you everybody for sticking with me while I was figuring that out. I made this necklace, or I designed this necklace before Tucson, so it's been a little while since I did it. All right.
Well, you're doing great. It's beautiful, and we're very excited to have you here.
Hey, thanks.
I'm using a magnetic clasp, and it just keeps scraping everything.
Yes.
And I have one on my wrist too, so it's making it for like extra challenging beading over here. So I'm like,
oh my goodness,
stop grabbing everything.
Right? Yeah. Sometimes I struggle with magnetic clasps for sure. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna do one more since I did an extra one in the middle of the bracelet.
And then you have a pair of earrings to show us too, if there's time. Right?
Yes, hopefully there is time. Yeah, we've got time. We've got tons
I actually haven't seen many earrings today. I think Jem started off with earrings, but Kay ended up making a pendant and a ring.
Nice.
Didn't do any earrings. So, and we know Christy's not doing earrings.
Right. Christy's making something that we could put earrings in, though.
Right. Yes. Sure. Totally.
Okay. So I'm gonna grab my 2 crimps, and the earrings that I'm gonna show you. My project was really this necklace, but the earrings I'm gonna show you are fast and easy, but also a cool way to use wire in your beads that you might not be thinking of using them. So here I'm gonna make sure we're kind of even, because if we're not, then we can just move the crystals around a little bit, but I kind of like the wonky look a little bit. So I'm going to you have 2 choices here. So if you want to make it longer, but you don't want to add more beads, you can just put a crimp over both pieces right here, crimp those in place, have the necklace be a little bit longer, and do your loop, which I think I'm going to do on this one. I'm going to make this one a little bit longer. I'm going to go ahead. So I'll end up actually using 2 extra crimps. If you don't want to, just stay tuned and you'll see how I finish the end in a moment. So I'm going to take this crimp, slide it close enough to the crystals, and I'm going to crimp that in place. I always love how, I gotta say, I always say these are the creme de la creme of crimps.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, they're really great.
Yeah, they are. They really are. I'm gonna go ahead and do the exact same thing on the other side. So this will give you some options when you're creating, if you want to have a longer necklace, but maybe don't want to do all that with the beads. So I'm gonna put that on again, my long nails. Okay. Here we go. I don't know if you can hear it, but every time I do a live for Jesse James Beads or for Galentine's Day or Halloween or whatever, the ice cream truck is in the background every single time. And I don't understand, like, do they know when I'm doing a live and just come through and with the ice cream truck? I haven't heard it in weeks.
Funny too is that you're in Arizona, so you hear an ice cream truck.
Yeah,
because
all the time.
Most other places, there isn't an ice cream truck at this time of year.
I know. They don't care. It's only like 65 degrees outside. They're trying to sell that ice cream.
Oh man.
So I am going to cut off the end of one of my pieces right here. Just right at that loop. Make sure you only cut one. So we have a remaining tail going. And this is going to actually be a little bit easier on you because if you don't do this, you're going to still be using the two pieces, but you'll run into that issue at the beginning with the copper crimps that they're a little tight. If you want to work with that and just end at where the beads are, totally fine. You would just do the exact same thing we did right here. But what I'm going to do is grab 2 more crimps from my kit. Hopefully nobody used that many crimps, right, Sarah?
No, nobody went crimp wild. Good on crimp.
So I'm going to slide a crimp on.
Sometimes I can go a little crimp wild. So.
I know, but it's easy because they're so much fun. I'm going to slide on my clasp. I'm going to come down just a little bit. I'm not going to waste all that wire. I'm going to come back through my crimp. And then I'm going to just close that crimp closer, a little bit closer to my clasp. There we go. And we're just going to crimp like we would normally. Here we go. And trim our excess wire. And now on the other side, I am just going to create a loop. You can use a jump ring and you can crimp like we did with the clasp, but I'm going to make my own loop out of the crimping wire, or the crimp bead and the beading wire, excuse me. So I'm just going to try and measure against the other side to make sure that we're pretty even. So I'm going to put those together. And I want my loop to be about where my clasp is. So I'll just need to move that up. There we go. Pull this down. My dog Goldie is coming to investigate. Well, who's mommy talking to?
I know. I heard we have a new dog, and I heard her butt her head into the door, and then I heard her ball drop outside of the door.
She's super cute. I saw her picture. What's her name?
Her name's Shadow.
Oh, she's adorable.
She's very sweet. She's been great.
And then we're going to just cut off the excess, just like we did on the other side, making sure not to cut our crimp or our wire on the other side. And you can connect. There we go. We have a fun necklace. This one's a little bit longer. I like longer necklaces, but you can make a couple. You can layer, right? So I think, and you definitely, there's some extra beads certainly in the kit too. I don't think everybody used all the beads, right? So you're gonna have fun with that. We have a little bit of time. I
love it. And I love those daisies sticking out, facing out, are so cute.
I love it. I love it. So I'm going to go ahead and make the pair of earrings. This is what we're making. So we're going to do some wire wrap and we're going to learn how to do like this cube square. Almost looks like a cross, but I think it looks more like a cool square or something like that. So I'm going to need 4 for each earring. And we're going to be using both wires that were in the kit. I always cut too much. It's just my character flaw. I'm always worried that I don't have enough wire. You probably don't even need half of this, but I freak out every single time. And I'm just going to thread on all 4 beads. If I can find the hole. There we go. I was on, I had one video on my channel where I just went wire crazy, and somebody was kidding in the comments. They were like, Brittany, do you know there's a wire shortage? I was like, well, there will be after this video. So you're just going to you're going to get those beads down to the middle, and you're going to pick one of your beads to come back through. So I'm just going to grab this bead at the end. So we have our wire sticking out coming to the left. So we're going to take our other wire and come back. Let's make sure that I'm doing this right. Come back through just one bead. We're going to leave those 3 in the middle. We're just going to come back through one bead.
The size and color of wire that you were using on that previous necklace was the medium purple soft flex, right? So 019 medium.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And now what size of wire are you using?
I am using, good question, the Soft Flex, the 26 gauge non-tarnish copper.
Okay, so now she's switched to a craft wire.
Yeah, so it's a little different. And then I strung on 3, and then the 4th bead, I'm coming through with the wire from both ends. And then we're going to move that little bead, and we're going to pull that wire until it forms a circle. Well, it's actually going to form like a little cross, but it looks like a circle. The wire itself looks like a little circle. And it's going to depend on the shape of your beads, what this will end up looking like. Okay, so we have our 4 beads. And then I am just going to take those 2 end wires, and I'm going to start twisting, and that's going to double that wire up, and we're going to create a wire wrapped loop. So I'm going to hold on to that because it's not going to cut your fingers, but it's going to feel a lot better if you just grab some wire, some nylon jaw, or even just regular pliers while you're twisting, and just twist and twist and twist. And I don't know which way I started, so we're going to just start twisting. I'm gonna hold it for a second, but then I like holding it with my pliers because it goes a lot faster once it's started. But now you can see we're starting to twist that wire, and it's a cool effect once you start doing the wire wrapped loop. Again, this takes a little bit of time, so I'm just gonna hold with my nylon jaw pliers, get a better grip, and keep twisting. And you can twist that as tight as you want. As you can see, as you hold it, it gets tighter and tighter with more little turns. Okay, that's good for me. As you can see, I used too much wire up the top. And then I'm going to take some round nose pliers. I'm going to hold it like this back here because I want a larger loop. And then I'm going to bend back, reposition my pliers a little bit, come forward with my loop, reposition, kind of push that to the back. And then I'm going to hold on to my loop right there and start twisting. So we're doing a wire wrapped top right here. And you could do as many as you want, but I'm only doing a few. Well, actually, I guess I'm doing quite a few, but I wanted a little bit of a messy look there. So we have a little cross shape. You could do this with any shape beads really, and thin enough wire. So I've created a new component. Now, if you want, you can just snip this off and use this as a dangle under a pair of earrings. Like you can do a wire wrapped loop here and just have that hang down. But what I'm going to do is grab another length of my wire. And obviously I grabbed too much before, so I'm going to grab less this time. Cut it off my spool. And then I am going to take the end, go to the opposite end of the earring and slide it through again at that bottom bead. So that bottom bead's going to have 2 pieces of wire coming through it. And then we're just going to do the exact same thing. We're going to start twisting like that. And I'm going to hold that in place and keep twisting. We're going to do the exact same thing that we did at the top of the bead. So we're getting a couple new techniques in this one. Not new, but like maybe new to you, where we're this is like the base of bead weaving that I don't really do bead weaving. This is the most I will ever do for bead weaving probably, but you're also learning how to twist your wire, and maybe you only have 26 gauge, but you need 22. This is a great way to get some thicker wire if you don't have anything on hand and you don't feel like running to the store. So I'm going to go ahead and create another twisted loop here. I'm going to hold that in place, and I am going to wrap it. And just making sure that I snip on the same side as I did before. All right, so we see that these loops are a little wonky. They're not facing the same direction. That's okay for right now. I'm going to decide which direction they need to face permanently once I finish my drop. So I'm going to take this really crazy bead. I think it's absolutely nuts. Like it's a white bead with some really cool like holographic waves on it. And I am going to take the 18 gauge non-tarnished copper from Soft Flex and just cut a piece that's a few inches long. And we're going to make our own head pin out of this. So you have a couple options. I just kind of grab my pliers and bend up just a little bit of my wire with my beading or with my pliers, and then I'm going to just squish it. Just squish that closed so we have a little thing. You can just make a loop. That's always cool, but I think this gives it some good, it gives it a cool look, I think. And then we're going to slide that down. And I am going to do another wire wrapped loop on this one. But before I close it, so I'm going to bring this around. Before I close it, I'm going to grab my little connector that I made, and I'm going to slip that on. It doesn't matter which end you slip on, just whichever one you like the most.
The 2 wire gauges in the kit were 18 gauge and 26 gauge, and you've been using the 18 gauge, right?
Right. So this one is 18 gauge. The other one was the 26.
There we go. That was the question. And then when you're all done with that, if we could take a close look at the daisy spacer one more time. I see someone was wondering about it and just wanted to see it up close.
Absolutely. So I'm going to start wire wrapping, but this wire really allows me to use it almost as a bead cap. So we're going to come down that bead. You could, of course, only do 1 or 2 wire wraps, but I really wanted it to be an accent with the metal. And that 18 gauge, I actually haven't been able to do that very well with like a smaller gauge. That larger gauge really falls in line down a round bead like that. So I'm going to go ahead, and you can do as much or as little as you like. I'm going to take an ear wire. I love these ear wires. They're so easy. They're so easy to use. And I am going to twist this just a little bit so it's facing the right way. And we will slide that on and close it up. And you just have a fast pair of earrings with a new technique that you might not have known.
They're so cute. I bet they're super light too, because that little bottom's very light.
Yeah, these cubes are so light, and the 26 gauge wire is super light as well. So yeah, I had a lot of fun figuring those out. And then you could what if you just made like a whole necklace of these little tiny things? That'd be so cute. Originally I was trying to work them in on hanging, but I really liked how they looked on an earring. So, okay, so we wanted to come into this daisy spacer.
Yeah, she just wanted to take a look and just maybe talk through how you added it.
Sure. So you know what? I have an extra one. So let's go through it again. And I have some extra wire. You just need 2 separate pieces of wire. So I'm just going to cut 2 pieces of equal length. This is a great way to use up your donuts, your like more decorative spacers, marguerites, whatever, Heishi beads, things that are flat. So I have 2 of the same length, and I put my spacer down, and now I don't see it. She's missing. Okay, there it is. And then we're going to take 1 piece and stick it through the front. So I'm going to take 1 piece of my wire, stick it through the front of the bead. And then I'm going to take the other piece and stick it the other, well, it's going to be a little bit interesting now that I don't have any other beads coming on the necklace, but you're going in and you're going the same direction. So I'm coming in from one side, coming through the other, but it's going the same direction. So you end up with it holding your wires in place, although it can be moved a little bit, but that's the way it holds it in place like that. I hope that makes sense. So you come in with one either end and then end up putting the wires facing in the same direction.
And both wires go through a bead, and that's what sort of pulls them together to hold that daisy. Oh, good. Yes. She said that was perfect.
Okay. And then you can hold that in place by putting another bead on both wires at the same time. So that kind of holds it in place.
Oh, that's me.
There you go. And then you could always just have a dangle. So that'd be a cool, cute little earring too, if you had an extra spacer or an extra bead or a charm.
Oh, so cute. Like a little, one of the little tassels from JJB at the bottom would be cute.
Yeah, that would be super cute. Or cute, like there's an extra bead in here. You could just put it down through both and put a crimp on one end and you're ready to go.
So we're getting ready to bring in Miss Christy, but I wanted to let you guys know, let me add this to the stream, and maybe you can switch your face camera back up while I'm talking about this. So while I was here in the background, I made an alternative option from my beads. So if you were really looking for a bracelet out of this Galentine's weekend, here is another option. I took that big long strand of that Brittany used in her necklace, and I paired it with just a few beads from the other bead mixes, but mostly those square crystals, and made a 2-strand bracelet using a magnet clasp. Now the clasp was not in the kit. That's a separate thing that you can order from Soft Flex, but it's super easy to put on first and foremost, which I love. And it's just a little 2-strander that has tons of fun sparkle. And I thought this little clasp motif just went with these beads so nicely. It really looks like they're sort of meant to be together. So that's what I ended up making in the background. Anybody who really had wanted to make a bracelet, maybe this will be the option for you. And I'll post pictures of all the designs that I've been making into our Instagram probably tomorrow. Hopefully I can get some good pictures tonight. But I started a giveaway while you were going, Brittany.
Okay.
All you guys have to do to enter to win is comment #KISS for Chocolate Kiss, which is our kit theme of the month. And I will pick a winner at the very end of Christy's presentation in just an hour. We have I've been streaming for 4 hours straight.
Wow.
It's kind of crazy.
How is your device still going?
How's my what?
Device still working at this point?
I need to turn lights on. It's already gotten dark. I need some lights. Here comes Christy. Let me add her in. My device is doing okay. How are you, Christy?
I'm super fantastic. You guys have been at it, all perky and creative all this time. That's so amazing. I'm so proud of you guys.
I mean, all I have to do is just hang out and bead. This is like the best job ever
Yeah,
today.
you say that, but I know you're behind the screens doing all the tech stuff and all that crazy business. Yeah, you're making it look easy, but I know it's not as easy as all that.
So much tech stuff that I haven't even turned on a lamp or.
Oh, well, it's been going great. It's been really fun to watch everybody and see all the different things people are making. It's pretty impressive. I like that.
Brittany was saying she's really looking forward to seeing what you're going to make this evening. And I am too. I feel like you're going to take all of our Soft Flex tribe and Jesse James Beads tribe to a new and special place that they've never been before. And they're going to be really wowed by the different things you can do with this epoxy sculpt. So
that is the plan, baby. Yeah, because I feel like, it's always nice to have auxiliary addictions because, you got to mix it up a little bit. You got to get a little of this, a little of that. So this one definitely is a bead auxiliary. So it's not a new one. You don't have to worry. You're not having to buy a whole bunch of new stuff. It goes with beading.
Perfect. That's what we like.
Yeah.
Brittany, your designs were so pretty tonight, and you always just bring such a special light to everything you do. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. Can't wait to
Yeah,
see
they're beautiful, Brittany. Really
and
beautiful.
I think you've been part of every one of our jewelry making parties, like since the beginning.
It's really exciting. I'm like, oh, they keep having me back. I'm doing something right, I guess.
You're doing a great job. We love to have you on. I mean, we love everybody that comes on, but we feel like we can't do it without you now. So thank you for being a part of our jewelry making parties. And this one has been extra special because it's going all the way from the United Kingdom to our next presenter in Hawaii. Which one is it in Hawaii?
That was a really great way of making the kind of theme on this thing of sort of going around the world with that. That was cool. I liked that.
Brittany, you have to pass the pliers now to Christy.
Oh gosh, Christy, did you see that?
Thank you.
Do you have a pair of pliers?
I will take the pliers and carry them on.
We gotta come in.
Hey, here she goes. She's gonna bring them down.
Come in from the other side, Christy. Come in from the other side.
This one?
Okay, there you go. No, we'll do it from top to bottom.
I can't coordinate my pliers. I'll just reach up here and then I got them. Excellent.
There we go.
Bye, everybody. It's been really fun.
Bye, Brittany.
Bye, honey. Thank you.
We really appreciate you.
That's fun. That was funny. The passing of the pliers. I like that. That's pretty great.
It's pretty silly, right? We're kind of silly.
Silly, I think, is what makes life better. So yeah, more silly, more better. I think so.
Agree. Well,
I don't think you get any like prizes at the end if you were like a super adult. I think keeping that inner child going is kind of count for something. So I'm living that way anyway. We'll see how it works out. I'll let you know.
I feel like you're the queen of that. So that's
well, I really do love that sort of playtime. And sometimes as adults, we lose that sometimes because there's a lot of responsibility as adult. You have other people's lives at stake, all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. So just keeping the silliness whenever you can, I think it helps make it not quite so overwhelming. I do my best to be silly and eat candy. That's another thing. If you can just eat the candy, that's probably great, right?
Eat candy and be silly. You need to make
right.
We've been talking about all the shirts each person needs to make. I think that's your shirt. Eat candy.
That's another one. Well, I'm glad you said that because that's a super great segue. I've been lately doing like stickers and magnets and stuff, and I have one, which I think it's sold out now, but it said, "Be true to your weird." So that was fun. But I just got this in today, and I know you'll get a kick out of it. It says, "Of course I hoard. I'm a dragon." So it's a clear sticker, and I just got these in like minutes ago, and I put it on my little jar, and then I filled this jar with all of the beads from the Galentine stuff. So I've got my bead stash in my dragon hoard thing. So speaking of stickers, yeah, you're right there in my wavelength, man.
I love it. Well, I'm going to give you a chance to split your screen down. So let me go to here. And we'll take one last look at this bracelet, and then you can move your screen wherever you need it to go.
Actually, I'm going to talk and make people look at my face for a few minutes, and then I'll do the flip around.
Okay.
So you do your thing. You go for it. It's all good.
I was just trying to be helpful. It's all you.
Well,
go for it, lady.
Well, unfortunately, we've got all of these. The unfortunately is that I'm still old tech. We've got all of these fancy people with their multiple screens, which I love and applaud, and someday I also will. But mine is going to be the old-fashioned one where I see if I can flip it around and not hang up on everybody. So I'll warn you ahead of time, as Sarah's already said, if technical difficulties occur, as in Christy presses buttons, then the live chat will start again. I feel confident that that's not going to happen. And I know you guys will all be thinking strong thoughts for me when I flip my camera around, but we shall see what happens. So first of all, big shout out to everybody. From time to time, I'm going to be looking to the side because I know there's a lot of people commenting, and I've seen everybody saying hi. Cindy says we're excited about your project. More silly, says Kristen. Thank you. That, of course, so many people saying hi. I can't even take the time to answer everyone, but please know I'm seeing all the hashtag kisses and the chocolates and everything, and thank you guys. It is exciting to be here, as you know. Sarah already said that about the people that are here, and I think this is not the first time that this little Galentine's event has happened, but I'm really excited to be a part of it today. So what I thought I would do, here's our plan, guys. I'm going to chat with you about things specific to the materials and the project. I'm not going to let myself get too crazy and wander off into verse topics, probably. And then we're going to flip this around. We're going to make the thing, and then I'll come back afterwards and then answer any questions that I wasn't able to keep up with. This is streaming to multiple places. I don't get to see everybody's comments all in one place. So I know if there's something really pertinent, it will be brought to my attention. But otherwise, you know, just make your comments. I'll answer what I can, and I'll come back at the end for a little bit more specific Q&A. So I'll look to the side on my computer from time to time, and that's why, not because I have a great profile, because that ain't so. Okay, so Sarah mentioned that I'm going to be doing something a little different. If you haven't seen it before, let me make sure I'm in my camera zone. This is, okay, here we go. There's my camera. This is a little keepsake box. And I'm trying to cover my face so that the camera can focus on this. And it comes unscrewed, so you can put things inside. This is done with epoxy clay, which we'll be talking about, on top of the little plastic container that came with the kit. So if you're following along with the kits, you had, I believe, maybe 2 different bead mixes that came in a little plastic container like this. That's what we're going to use. If you didn't have the kits, you can get little tin lidded things, you know, just a little metal. You can get them all kinds of places. You can use Altoid containers, any kind of little plastic lidded thing like this. And we're going to be putting epoxy clay over it with decorations all over the place. And I've done like a crystal cluster on the top. Now, what I tried to make this cluster look like, there we go, let me get it a little closer, is sort of like a crystal garden, almost like you're looking down on a pond, and, you know, here's all of this little kabling bling going up all over the place. The reason why I chose this is because there is virtually, and I'm not saying this is a challenge, but there's virtually no way to mess up, because the epoxy clay that we're going to be using, talking about that in a minute, is like a sticky putty. And when you shove beads and wires into it, they just stick on. So pretty much any way you shove them is going to look interesting. The idea, though, is to kind of pick them in such a way that it makes something look kind of intentional. Like, yes, I chose on purpose to make this crystal garden that looks like this. So I've used all of these little bead caps as kind of like flower bits, almost like water lily type things in a pond. I've used little snippets of all the ends of my wire. So when you're doing these various wire projects and you have all these ends that are left over, start saving those, because you can shove them all around to kind of make an interesting patterning all over the place. And then, of course, just the various beads and things sticking up and looking fun. So that's what we've got going on. If anybody has, like I said, questions about that, throw them out there. If I read them, that's fantastic. If I don't see it and answer it, try it again later. I'm going to try to find out where my camera is and slow down so that I can make sure that you're seeing what you need to see. But I will do my best to make sure it's centered. So let me walk through the process and what I'm using. So the mix that I got that I'm using, as I mentioned, was the chocolate and flowers. They came in a little container like this. Now I sorted it out and I put the pieces that I wasn't using in another container. So I had some beads that are awesome. Like, look at this one that came in that mix. It's like this rose. Yeah, sorry. Rose with all these crystals in it. That's awesome. But as I was designing it, I just felt like it's not really fitting in the mix the way I want. So I used, you know, most of the things from that particular mix, but not all, which means you got a nice little handful of things left over for other projects, which is kind of cool. Kim says, love the blingy and uniqueness of it. I'm really glad that you do. It's kind of fun. And what's freeing about this is we're going to concentrate right now to put the stuff on the lid. Okay. So we're going to get in there. We're going to put this epoxy clay on the lid. We're going to put all the stuff on it and just go crazy with that. But what's neat about it is you might choose to not cover the bottom half, so you can make more than one. Since you've got, if you bought the kit, you've got 2 of these, and if you go to get some more containers, you might have more. Is you can make a bunch of tops, and then you can just use alcohol inks to color the bottom half, because that goes great on plastic and other things. So we'll go through the process of how I did the bottom, but we may or may not get to that at all because it's the same process. So you got some choices. All right, so let's talk about what we use. First of all, that chocolate and flowers kit, which came if you bought the whole kit, which I believe is and correct me if I'm wrong here, Sarah or others, that's a Jesse James kit, but when you bought the whole Galentine's thing, you got that. It is.
Yeah, a little mini mix from Jesse James.
A little mini mix. Chocolate and hearts. I'm saying that right. And it's a great mix. Great crystals, all kinds of good stuff. Then Soft Flex brought in the copper wires. And I went through and I just chopped up ever so much of these little, I don't think I can hold this up for you to see it without dropping everything, but I took a little container and I just filled it up with little niblets. And then I'm going to just push them all over the place. So anytime you've got little nippets of wire, just save them and then we'll use them like that. You could also use the Soft Flex, the beading cable here, you know, if you wanted to make little purple snippets all around, that would work equally delightfully. So that's cool. Then what you've got is you've got epoxy sculpt. Now, this is what I want to alert you is a gateway drug. I'm just saying this is a gateway drug into this whole world of mosaic embellishments and adding little bits and pieces around. But if you want to just, you know, stop at any time and only recreationally use this drug, it's okay, because you do not have to go crazy into the whole world of epoxy clay. As a beader, if you use epoxy clay as a way to utilize any leftover beads, like let's say you're making a whole wonderful thing and you buy your beads in the kits and stuff, and now you have a little bit of each left over, you might start like a little random bead bucket that you use just for mosaic-y stuff with your epoxy clay. I have several YouTube videos that show you more how to use the epoxy clay and put beads in and make other things out of it. So it is really kind of fun. And I'm joking about I don't mean to make light of addictions or anything like that. It just tongue in cheek that it is something that once we use it, it's kind of exciting because it's really easy and it allows you to do stuff with your beads in addition to what you're already doing with your stringing and things like that. So it's great fun. So I'm going to walk you through that process kind of right now. The only other thing I have around that's not in your kit that you could use to make this easier if you want is like some carpenter tape. It's a nice way to prevent like this. When you get the stuff on the bottom, I kind of put it around the thread so I didn't get stuff up in there. You can do that if you want, but it also just kind of peels away before it's dry easily. So it's not a biggie. But other than that, everything is just in the kits and whatever random tools you have lying around. All right, so I'm going to flip the camera around. Let's hope that works out great. And that way I can show you the process of mixing up the epoxy clay instead of having to just tell you about it. All right, so I'm going to flip this camera. Let's make sure that I'm in the right zone. Takes me a moment or two to get it all angled properly. Okay, I think we're looking pretty good. Have to unscrew this a little bit. Okay, so I believe we are right side up, which is a plus, I think. Let me see if we're upside down. Sometimes I'm upside down on this one. Am I right side or upside? Can you tell? Right side up.
Your fingertips are at the bottom of the screen. And it
okay,
looks great.
So let me just spin it this way. Does this make it look any easier for everybody?
Now we're looking from your perspective.
Do you guys like that better?
I think that's what most people do. So it probably would
do it this way. Okay. And then hopefully I'm mostly centered. So that always takes me a minute or two to get that right. Okay. How about that, kids? Good enough?
That's amazing. Yes.
All right. Super duper. So this is the final result, as you can see. All right. So this is where we're going with all that. Sorry for the little bit of craziness as we're trying to get everything focused and looking at things, but I think we're looking pretty good now. And I'm going to take it apart so you see just this lid. And this bottom half is repeating the same thing as we did up here. So I'm going to ignore that for the moment, and we're just going to focus on this. Okay, let's go over to our epoxy sculpt. Now, Epoxy Sculpt is a brand of epoxy clay. So epoxy clay is a broad category of material. It is a two-part putty that when mixed equally together, two halves equally mixed together, becomes a ever-hardening putty that you can shove things into. Which I like that. I think things that you can shove things into is always such fun as a creative concept. So I'm going to take a tool, and you can use just about anything, and scoop out enough to mix so that I can cover the lid. How much is that, do you say? I don't know. I'm going to go with something like this is going to be more than enough. So that's 1/2. I also have a wet wipe handy so I can clean my tools, so I'm not cross-contaminating. And I'm going to just eyeball 2 equal halves. It does not have to be precise. It should be as close as you can, but it's not like, you know, that something's going to go terribly wrong if it's a little tiny fraction off, okay? So eyeballing it is really good. Some people said, well, couldn't you just weigh it? I don't know. I got to try that one of these days. I have a feeling that the density of each of these things is slightly different, so they may not be correct according to weight. Plus, I also do such small things that sometimes getting the weight proper in these tiny increments is sort of problematic. But I eyeball it, and that's perfectly fine. I am mixing more than I need so I don't run out mid project, because that's awkward. But I always have things I can do with the extras, and that's a topic for another day. So what I'm doing is I'm mixing this thoroughly. As you notice, I got my gloves on. And the reason I'm doing that is I've got this chemical that is a cement that I'm smashing with my fingers. So I prefer not to get that all over my hands. This is considered non-toxic, non-hazardous, almost no odor. It's really good. But I always recommend, like anything else, you know, use ventilation and minimize skin contact. That's why we're using the gloves. Then, and if you are sensitive to resin materials, this is in the resin family, so you're going to want to know about that. Some people just use their gloves for the whole time. Once it's mixed, I take my gloves off because I need my fingers to touch things, which is why I don't do lamp work glass. But I'm going to just, you know, touch it with my fingers and then keep a wet wipe handy. All right, so your theory is that you're going to want to mix that about a minute. That's about what it would take, or longer if you need to. We will have at least an hour of it being soft and flexible and really easy to use. Okay, so don't panic. You got time, especially if you've got all your stuff around you ready to go. Then you should have plenty of time to pick and place things without any problem whatsoever. So I'm getting a couple of tools handy. I usually have a pair of tweezers, some kind of a pickup tool, and I've got a little blade to scrape things away if it gets in the wrong spot. And then this is my favorite tool. This is the Wow It's Awesome tool. I carry that on my site. But this is an overall sculpting tool if you need it, but you don't really. This is plenty, and that should work. Let's see. Just making sure nobody has anything there that I need to answer. Great. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of this and set it aside. Why? Okay, when I'm making things, there are times when I need to put clay inside something to make it stick better, or put a thing on top of a thing, which is fun. So I always want to make sure I've got a little nearby so that I can make that happen, right? So I kind of start off with putting that aside and going from there. The nifty thing also about epoxy clay is that you can just keep making and adding all along the way. It sticks to itself great no matter what stage it's in. So if you're putting something on really soft and then you decided, oh, I didn't make enough, and you're going to put more on, that is fine. It's not going to affect it. It'll just blend right in together, no problem. I'm just shoving it on here. As you can see, nothing technical is needed. I have an hour to play with this stuff. Little air bubble. I'm just going to slice and get that out of the way, mostly there. That's not a big deal either because I'm going to put a crystal on it. So it's all good. So I'm going to start off with putting some on the top. And then I'm going to take this and smush it around the sides. Usually it sticks on, I would say epoxy clay, it doesn't always stick on like beautifully to plastics, but we're almost making like a skin. So it's not just like one little blob that's got to stick onto one spot. It's like creating a whole little hat, and that makes it just grab on, no problem. If you're having problems with it sticking, like it sticks beautifully, epoxy clay, that is, epoxy sculpt, beautifully to glass, ceramic, metal, though it loves those the best, but it will also do fine on plastic. If you run into any trouble, you can use just a little dab of super glue that will grab onto the plastic and give the epoxy clay a little bit more of an anchor. So if you have any trouble with that. All right, now here's a little tricky part. Okay, so Sean said she just ordered a kit. Can't wait to play with epoxy. Hooray, Sean. And like I said, I've got quite a few things on my YouTube channel, which is just Christy Universe. Just go to the Christy Universe, you'll find it, about using epoxy clay. So wander over there when you get a chance and just take a look at stuff. All right, so this is the tricksy part, is I'm making sure that it comes to the edge but doesn't go underneath, because that's going to interfere with the threads and the ability of the lid to close real well. So I'm just kind of gently pinching it down towards the bottom. If you ended up putting like way too much, then you can just take a blade and slice some away. It's not rocket surgery. It's all good. So I'm just going to kind of slowly pull it on, and we're looking pretty good here. All right, now you got a couple of choices here. I'm also making sure, using the heat of my fingers, that I'm making the seams, any seams, sealed. So now we got a lid here. From time to time, I continue to wipe my hands, just because you get that buildup of stickiness on them, which we don't want. So we got a choice here. We can go ahead and take our little wiggly bits and put them all around the side, or we can wait to do it at the end. Either one is fine. I'm going to do it now, because once I get everything great up here, I don't want to be turning it sideways and maybe dropping things and goofing around and messing it up that way. Question: could you just put other stuff all around the side, like more beads or other things? Heck yeah, you can. This stuff will grab. You've got an hour to an hour and a half where it's just going to grab anything that is metal, glass, ceramic, crystal, perfectly great, and do pretty reasonably with plastic things as well. Okay, so you can kind of go a little nuts. Now, I decided to do this little pattern because anybody can do it and it's not tricky. You could take the time and put these little things on the side in a much more artsy way, but I'm just doing the lazy dumb way because it works. So what I'm doing is I'm just kind of rolling it on the side and picking up all the little bits and pieces. And I am trying to keep it just on the side, not up onto the top where my garden will be. I can always add it if I want to, but at the moment I just want to do this. And I've made some of both sides. So we've got that 18 gauge copper that's in the kit and the 26 gauge copper that's in the kit. I'm using a little bit of both just to make a fun little tornado of wiry business, which is the technical term. So I'm just kind of rolling them around, mushing them in, trying to prevent overlap. Although it's going to be fine as long as there's enough of the wire touching the epoxy clay, it's going to stick in great. So the whole theory here with your epoxy clay is you want to press it in so that there is connection between the element and the epoxy clay. Because if it's just hovering on the side like a timid little deer, then it could get brushed off or knocked off or whatever. So you want to kind of jam it in like a little frog in the mud. Okay, so there we go. All right, I believe that's enough already on that. I'm going to pick those little goobers up, get them out of our way. And you can put as many as you want. You can use different things. Like I said, you could use the beading, flexible beading cable right here and add something fun if you felt like it. But I don't know, I think that looks pretty good. And now I'm going to go and just make sure that I haven't mushed any of the clay in the areas that I don't want it, which is coming inside the container. And it looks like it's pretty good. Now I'm setting this down on this. Excuse me. This is a non-stick silicone mat. like a baking mat. And I use that whenever I'm working with epoxy clay, because if you're just working on a tile, it might stick permanently to there if you forget. But if you don't have a silicone mat or any kind of little baking mat or Teflon sheet, then you can just cover your tile, if you're working on a tile, with some plastic saran wrap, or you could use a plastic bag to work on. Anything that is a non-stick surface will work just great. Okay, so is epoxy sculpt safe for kids? I'm teaching a jewelry making camp this summer. Absolutely, it is. This has been certified as non-toxic, non-hazardous. It is okay to work with kids. There's just those couple of things to remember: mixing it with your gloves, and then having some wet wipes available so that they can wipe off extra residue. But I have never had anybody have a reaction or a problem or any kind of problem to this material. It is very good. And it's kind of satisfying with all humans, but kids especially, because you can just shove things in. And who doesn't like to just shove things in, right? I mean, we kind of all love that. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm kind of mimicking what I did already, just so that I don't get too crazy. And I'm just going to start pushing things in. So you see how difficult this is. This is how hard the process is. It is pick up a thing and shove it in the thing. That is it. So you want to have enough epoxy clay here at the top so that you have a little bit of shoving. So I would say if you imagine that this thickness on the top of the container is about as thick as a dime or even maybe a nickel, you're going to be doing 100% great. That is all you need. You just have to be able to push it in. And so I'm feeling like there's a grab as I push stuff in, which works out just really, really easily. So what I'm doing is I'm putting all my big elements first, and I've tried to cluster them all in one area. All right, so here's the design thing that I feel strongly about, is whenever you're working with something sculptural like this, but the same would hold true in jewelry. If you can create kind of a flow so that things are not just like a jumble of stuff everywhere, you're going to have a little bit more of a satisfying feeling when it's being viewed, because your eye kind of travels around. On this particular one, I kind of clustered all the shininess over here, and then I put all these smaller little goobers over there. That was my theory behind it all, is that I wanted to make my big things, my things that were really getting your attention, be kind of all in one area, just for maximum impact. Okay, so I'm going to continue to do that. Now, you can do whatever you like. There's nothing, like I said, you can't do this wrong. There's nothing wrong if you just scatter everything everywhere. It's not like somebody's going to go, say, that's incorrect. And if they do, ignore them. What do they know? But, you really can't do it wrongly. The only thing would be that, it might be more pleasing if you clustered colors or you did whatever. But that is kind of up to each artist. And if you're looking at the way I did it and went like, yeah, no, then that is perfectly acceptable too. Because, so far as the technical thing of 2 equal parts of part A and part B, there really isn't. And the fact that it dries, you have good working thing for about an hour, and then it starts drying up and getting harder to work with, and it's fully cured in 24 hours. Beyond that, there really isn't anything that's right or wrong. So knock yourself out. All right, so this is what I got. I got the main clusters in except for this one, and I decided I wanted to put that inside of that because I tested to see if it would work. Susan says, what do you do about your fingerprints if you want the side plain? Okay, Susan, that is an excellent question. A gold star for you. What I do is I embrace the fingerprints often, because sometimes that's just like a nice velvety texture. But what I did on these things is, instead of trying to wipe it clean all the time, because you can drive yourself out of your mind by trying to clean a surface that is not naturally predisposed to being shiny and smooth. Obviously, polymer and epoxy clay can be sanded and polished. Both of them can. Make sure you wear a proper ventilation mask, but you can sand that down and bring it up to a nice polish if you want. But what I did is I just took a little knitting needle, and I'll show you how to do this in a minute, and I just made a bunch of little lines all around so that my fingerprints weren't visible, but it made it look like that there was let me see if I can get this up in the camera. I'm way off here. My camera's on a different side than I'm used to, so I apologize. Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. Can you see that a little bit better? There we go. I've got all these little lines here that are echoing putting those little wire clips in, and that has made the whole piece look finished. So that is my suggestion. So the other thing you can do is, if you like, yeah, no, thanks, but what? You can take a wet wipe and you can continue to smooth that surface. However, wet wipes sometimes leave fuzz. So the other option you can do is get a flat brush with a little teeny bit of water. And when you're all done, brush that surface with the flat brush with a little water on it. And that will also smooth out the surface. Okay, so hopefully that will help. Susan, that was an excellent question. Like I said, gold stars for you, baby. All right, so now I'm going to put a thing inside of a thing. I want to stick that up there. How do I do it? Some of this clay that I have over there, I'm going to turn into like a little log, and I'm going to just shove it down inside this thing. And it's got a little more in there than I need. So I'm going to take my little tool and scrape off the extra. You could also use a toothpick or a plastic picnic spoon or knife if you feel like it. It works. And I should have enough now where I can just shove a thing inside of a thing. Ta-da-da! Look how cool that is, right? All right, main clusters are in place. Do you see that I have a lot of weirdo wire just sticking up for no reason? I did that because, again, I'm sort of echoing a sort of like idealistic, crazy flower garden kind of thing. And so those would be like stamen or some nonsense like that. So I thought, well, why not? Let's just stick wires all over the place. So I am just going to take my little thin wire. This is that 28 gauge copper, and I'm using my Chickamauga scissors. Love those things. I've got a little Amazon influencer page. I don't think either, and I again, if either Jesse James or Soft Flex sells a Chickamauga
we do not.
scissors, you do not. Okay, I was gonna say get it from them if they do, but if not, my Amazon influencer page will send you to these because I love these. These are Ikebana scissors, so you can cut wires and things with them, and the beading wire, and it's just like a really great way to just get in there and cut up different things without ruining like a really good pair of scissors. So anyway, for whatever that's worth, I love those things. So now I'm going to just kind of scooch this away again. I'm going to put something else in here so I can put the wire in and show you that little trick. So I think on this one, I want to just put one of these little groovy, golden, brassy thingamabompers, which I think is a technical term, right? They're the thingamabomper group. And we're going to just stick that in right here because I like things in things. So we got that. And then that gives me a great hole for this little piece of copper business that I wired, that I crunched. And I'm just going to stick it in that hole and let it stick straight up. And I have to get it down far enough to grab on the, trying to see from this angle. In one moment while I fiddle. There we go. Whee! So you can feel it grabbing into the clay underneath. And as long as it's grabbing into the clay underneath, we're good. And I think I've actually got it outside. Most of the time I get it to fit inside the holes, but you know, it is what it is when I'm looking sideways. And I don't think you want my giant half of a head in your face there while I figure things out. But let's just put another one in. Why not? By the way, because it just popped in my head, on my Christie's Creative Neighborhood Facebook group, which is just a public group, I will be giving away this little guy after we're all done broadcasting here. So I've got a little post over there. We can pop your name in and I'll pick a random winner. And if I finish the second one, I'll give that one away as well to somebody who just gets picked randomly. So if you haven't added your name to that pile, you can. And I think Kristen said she's got a giveaway at the end of my blabbing, which will be kind of fun. So there's prizes and such.
Yes. Hashtag kiss if you want to enter the giveaway.
I thought they were just giving me kisses. Oh, I'm so disappointed now.
And you must be present at the end to claim your prize.
Oh, there we go. I see that comment. Excellent. All right. So you see how we can add all those wires in. And I also, on some of these wires, just cut just the wire itself, you know, not a loop. I like the loops. I think the loops look kind of cool. So most of them are loops, but, you know, you might make some just straight sticking out or ignore it completely. The Soft Flex, in fact, I use Soft Flex beading wire all the time in inappropriate ways. And I just love it, because I'm always sticking it in for hairdo or whiskers or some other nonsense, because it's just so great. It's flexible, it's colored, it's just the bestest. I'm going to use some right now. and shove it into something just so you can see how fun this is, just to stick things in things, right? I think everybody wants to do that. So again, this mimics that sort of flowery stamen thing, or at least in my head it does. You know, you could disagree. That would be okay. I'd still respect you. All right, so now I got a little cluster in there. All right, great. We got the original thing. You can see what's going on now. The rest of this is just picking up these things and shoving them in. And I'm going to just kind of place them and push them. And when you push it in, can you see, which you may not because of the way my camera is, but I think you can, that I'm pushing it, and that hole in the center of the bead cap, the epoxy clay just gushes up and into that hole, which is going to be acting like a rivet to hold that sucker in there, which couldn't be more easier and better. If you've got a ball tip tool, you can kind of shove it if you don't have your fingers. And if you have a smaller ball tip tool, you can push that little bump down if you want to really seal the deal. Or you can stick a bead right on top of that gunk there, because now you have some stuff that it'll grab onto and stick some more wires out. So I think you get the idea of how easy and convenient that is. So the rest is just a matter of kind of pressing things where you think they should go. And you see how I'm kind of pushing that down in and making sure that it's really grabbed so that I can fill up this whole space. Now, I ended up using just about every single bit of my kit except for a couple of things that I tried in the lineup and just didn't look good. But these could make their own pendant or their own another keepsake box easily breezily. In fact, I think what I'm going to do with that, since I have the time, I can just show you adding putting the clay together and making a simple little pendant, right? So right now, all I'm doing is sort of picking some of these things up and pressing them in until I fill up this with the whole cluster. And that's the goal, to fill that all up and make it look nice and finished and lovely. All right. So I don't know if there's any questions on that. Just holler. Roxanne said, I just looked at your gallery. Wow, cool and interesting. Thank you. And I've got like so many more things to put up in my gallery. So thank you for wandering over there and taking a look at that. I appreciate that very much. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to put this to the side. I'm going to put this to the side. And we have just a little bit of epoxy clay. Why don't we use it? In fact, let me get one of these smaller ones. Put this over here. And it can be drying. Now, I mentioned about the drying, and I'll just mention that again, that it takes 24 hours to be fully hardened. You have about an hour of really good work time, okay? After which it starts getting a little crunchy. It's a little harder to work with. Things don't stick in it as much. It's still usable. It's still sculpt withable, but it's not quite as easy to work with. So it is something where you kind of want to gather up all your stuff, have everything in front of you that you think you could use, plus extras in case you change your mind or whatever. So give yourself options. And then you just make. Now, let's say I did it this far and you can still see this one, right? I got this done this far and I wandered off. You know, my friend said, hey, let's go get some ice cream. I said, yes, okay. And then I came back and went, oh, I never did finish all the rest of that. Oh, dear. I can mix up more epoxy clay and fill in little boulders and little gaps, you know, to put on top of what's already there and then build right on top of that. So you're not done till you want to be done. Oh, you know what? Before I do this, because this is still sticky. No, wait, you guys remind me. Let's do this while it's super sticky. Then I'm going to come back and just show you that little trick with the lines, okay? Because it actually works better if the clay starts to get a little harder. So don't let me forget, all right? I'm holding you guys responsible for my memory, so thank you for that. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to just turn this into a little pendant shape. And this is just a little small one. I'm kind of making an egg shape, that's all. Just a fun little egg shape like this. Okay. Now I have a couple of choices. I can make a hole in it if I want a string, like I want to put like a cord through there or a ribbon or something like that. I can just make a hole, or I can stick an eye pin in the top, or even a loop. I think because I have the wire right here and I'm going to just make a loop so you can kind of see how easy that is. So I've got a little piece of this wire and I'm just going to bend it. What I find is that if you just let the wire bend itself, it ends up being the most satisfying loop at the top. If you start getting tools and stuff involved, there are ways to do all that, but sometimes it actually is a little bit harder to do that. So just bend it in half, and then I'm just going to shove it in. You notice that part of my preferred method of working with most materials is, can I shove it? Because if I can shove it, then I feel like I'm going to be doing pretty good. All right, now I've pushed that in. It's made like a little indentation. I can take a lot of time and try to clean that up, but I don't want to. Yes?
Can somebody use wax paper if they don't have a silicone mat?
Absolutely. It works really good. What I would do is make sure that that wax paper is a new, fresh, clean one, not one that's been wrinkled around a lot where some of that wax has started to come off or is compromised at all, because then that will make it a little bit harder for it to be peeled away. But even so, you can scrape it off if there's any areas that stick. But absolutely you can. Wax paper will work. So it's all good. So thank you for that. You notice how I just kind of like put a little button there instead of trying to smooth it up. This is a theory I just want to impart to you all as Christy's method of pretending like you got your shit together when really you're just putting a bunch of chaos together in a way that looks harmonized theory of jewelry design. And that is just kind of that when you put a lot of things together, instead of spending a lot of time to make it perfect, make it balanced and try and accommodate. If this is going to get a lot of nicks in it, well, then make nicks as part of, like this, make this part of your pattern. You know, if you know that it's going to already get lines in it from being shoved, then use lines. That's not always the way you have to do things, but it does help free up the stress involved in being perfect. I'm not saying be sloppy. Obviously, we want to be intentional. We want to make things look good and finished, but we can alleviate a lot of the stress of things if we just kind of look at our design in a different way. All right, so I'm going to take this cool little rosy thing and I'm going to just shove that right in. So here's the issue, is because we have those crystals in there, they are kind of touching the clay. I've pushed it in so some clay is glumping up and into the open work. I'm not going to touch it or move it. I want to do one press, boom, done. Perfect. Don't mess with it. And the crystals are sort of touching the epoxy clay, but they're not pushed in. My suspicion is that once it dries, I can stick a little needle tool in there and kind of push at them, and they'll all be free flowing yet again. Thank you, Marika. I like to just say dumb words, and hopefully it'll make people chuckle, and we'll all have a fun day with it all. All right, so that I think looks pretty good. And then you can go back with any of the beads in your world and add them to it. Or what if we take some of those little bits of wire snips that we had, and let's put a few of these in a more controlled and chosen sort of manner, right? So I'm going to turn this a little sideways so I can see what I'm doing, which means it's going to be upside down for you guys. Don't stress it, all right? It's not you, it's the camera. It's all intentional. Apparently gravity is also helping us with our design here. And I'm going to just put everybody coming in like this. And then way I can do that little patterning on this piece instead of picking up that one that's on the sidewaysness. And you should be able to see it really good. Now you'll notice that I'm making little marks in the clay as I pick it up that way. If you prefer to get a pickup tool, and you can use one of those white pickup pencils, I'm using a crystal katana. There's a number of different pickup things. I don't know, Soft Flex, do either you or Jesse James sell a pickup tool?
We have tweezers.
Great. Tweezers,
we
you
don't
mean?
have a crystal katana though, but I do want one of those.
They're fabulous. And they also have, which I really love, is the crystal kubaton, which is the smaller one. And it's got a smaller pokey bit. And I kind of like those. I think those are still available too. But sometimes, you know, they're good for like smaller little bits to pick up. So in this case, we got some smaller bits.
Nice.
So it's kind of fun. But having just anything with a wax tip like this, you can even put beeswax on the end of a toothpick. A lot of people do it that way. So, you know, there's a lot of options that you have. All right, so I put a couple of these things like this, and I'm going to put one or two little small ones to fill in the gaps. Now that little button there looks kind of funky because I'm not putting any bead on top of it or some other way of turning it into a part of the design. I will let my texturing take care of that. And let's see, I think that's probably about enough of these little weirdos. You're also probably thinking she's mixing her her gold and her copper. Yeah, I wrote to the president of metals and they said, yeah, it's okay. You can mix them as much as you like. So that's good to know. So use your mixed metals. It's all cool if you do. All right, so I'm using this tool. You could also use this knitting needle, a needle tool, a toothpick, any of those kinds of things. And you see what I'm doing is I'm just making little drag lines to make a consistency of texture. So I feel like for most designs, it's like having enough experience and having sort of a well of reference materials so that when you're going to design something, you have been looking at a lot of things. You've watched a lot of these kinds of do-it-yourself stuff where you're seeing other people's design choices. You just got a lot of stuff floating in your head so that you become more and more of an instinctive, intuitive designer. And that just comes with time. You're not going to just be amazing right at the beginning. I think what happens sometimes is we get started with something and you'll be like, well, man, I've been doing beading for years. And I'm like, okay, maybe. But also if you took all the times you've had beading or playing with epoxy clay or whatever it may be, and you put them all in a line, what is it, like a month and a half, because you're doing it an hour here and 2 minutes there, so sometimes we don't really have as much time as we thought. So be easy on yourself. If everything isn't a masterpiece right off at the beginning, remember that this is also mental health. This is creativity. This is meditation. This is being in the zone. This is like blocking out all the other cares of the world, which whether or not the piece you make looks good, those are all super valuable parts of the equation. All right, so now here's what I've got. I've got all of these little things. Now it looks like a comet. We've got the rose comet coming down because we've got all of these little bits and pieces. We've made the lines so that it all looks like I meant that. So we've got that. That's the exact same thing I would do on the lid of this. And I would add a bunch more stuff to it just to make it nice and full like this one. Or leave it like that and just put some textures on it if you prefer. You got lots of choices. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and flip this around and look at you guys again. Hooray! And let's just see if I can come back. I'm going to have to undo my little screw there for a minute so I can actually see you. All right, hang on. There we go. One moment while I check. Okay. Yay, I'm back. Hooray. Hi, everybody. Okay. Now, what I wanted to do is just take the little bit of time that there is left, and we'll be able to finish my portion just a little early. And that will give Sarah a bit of time to do whatever, like giveaways or whatever things that she's got on her agenda, because I know you've got some things on your agenda. And I'll just answer the questions that I can see. So, Sarah, if you see any questions that I'm not seeing, I'm in the Soft Flex event page. So that's where I'm looking at the reading and stuff like that. And I'm just kind of see if anybody has anything that they want to ask about that. I think, thank you. It looks like there's a few links to my store, which I really appreciate. Can I do a little tiny commercial? Is that appropriate?
Sure. I see one question. Could we use rivolis in the epoxy to create this pendant or other holeless beads?
Oh man, they work so well. Any kind of anything that is made out of metal, glass, crystal, stone, porcelain. It's like it's a marriage made in heaven. You just jam them in and they work so well. Things that don't work as well are natural products like wood and seeds, because you're adhering to just a layer, but that layer is not always firmly attached to the seed or the wood, and that they can come off. And then plastics and resins and that sort of thing, the grab is maybe not as long lasting, but if you have a hole in it and you can anchor it with a head pin or like the wires like I did, then of course those are all fair game as well. So yeah, it works out fantastically. Really, really good. Because I know the purpose for us being here is for us to show you some new things, to get you to use these bead mixes. And I don't sell bead mixes like this. I don't sell wires and stuff like Soft Flex does. But if you do need some more epoxy clay, I don't think either one of you guys carry that. I carry that at my store, and I've got just a little, this is my commercial. I just got a little promo going on for the next few days that I've got these little hearts that I make, and you're going to get a free one with an order. So go check out my site on that one. But that's it. That's my only commercial. So any other questions, Sarah, that have popped up on your end of things?
I'm not seeing too much other than they were really interested in the silicone mat that you were working on. Is that where would they pick that up?
You know, I have a little epoxy starter kit, epoxy sculpt starter kit, and I have a little one in that. But I have gotten them from a couple of places. But one of the easiest ways is if you just go on Amazon and get a silicone baking dish, or you go to your local store that has baking supplies, and sometimes even the 99-cent stores, and just look for the silicone baking mat. Works fantastic, and it's the cheapest and easiest way to get one. So I have a thicker one that I get directly from the company that makes epoxy sculpt, which is Aves, A-V-E-S. They carry, but it's a real big one, so I've chopped it all up into different sizes. So if you want some a lot, that's a good way to go. But yeah, just picking up a little silicone from wherever that lives is fantastic. But epoxy clay is, go ahead.
Will it stick to terracotta pots?
Excellent question. Yes and no. Terracotta is kind of interesting in that it's a ceramic, so you think it would just grab really well, but it's got this kind of a funky little finish. It doesn't give the epoxy clay as much of a foothold, but doing like what we're doing, where you're sort of covering up, like if you're doing a whole terracotta pot, absolutely, because it's kind of like a whole skin on there. If you're just putting like one little medallion on there, then you may want to use a little bit of that super glue trick. What I have found is if you have a surface that doesn't seem like it's grabbing, so terracotta gets a lot of its own natural like powders, which sort of seems like a resist. So you want to wash it down real good, maybe scrub it down a little bit, and then let it dry completely. And then if it's not just grabbing on, then just use a little bit of super glue and then stick it on, and that will give an extra little grab to it, and it will work great. So if you have a little flower pot to cover with this kind of stuff, oh man, does that look good. It looks fantastic. So yeah.
Very nice.
Gorgeous.
Okay. Aunt Pat was asking about the name of the bead kit. We had a Galentine's kit that was available ahead of time for this event. It has sold out except for the supply kit, and there's only like maybe one left. I haven't looked. It might not even be there anymore. And that just had the wire and the epoxy sculpt and the findings and things, but the beads were all sold out when we started today. We do have a different kit because we do kits every single month at Soft Flex Company. It's called the Chocolate Kiss Design Kit. That's what we've been using all month long. And then we have a brand new one that just came out that's based on Alice in Wonderland. It's called the Wonderland Design Kit, and I'll be revealing that at the end of this month.
And all of those kits are so ideal, you guys. When people like Soft Flex and Jesse James and such, when they put these kits together, what you have is you have an instant good design. Like if you use anything in that kit, it's going to look great. You don't have to try and guess about colors. You don't have to go, does this go with this? It's already going to be terrific. So you mix up your epoxy clay, you put it on whatever surface you're covering. I mean, you can even go so far as like a mason jar, like I was telling you at the beginning. Cover just the top part of it, and in fact cover the whole thing so it all screws off in one piece if you want, and then just shove it full of beads and put your other beads inside, whatever. And when you buy these kits, they are already curated to look great, so you don't have to worry about being a designer when you get the kits, which is terrific. And the epoxy clay I'm using today is blue, and it's just a small little 1/10 of an ounce size, so you can kind of see if you like it, but it comes in quarter of a pound, 1/10 of a pound, quarter of a pound, larger. So if you love it, you can get it in larger containers and go nuts. The shelf life is great. It's years, multiple years of shelf life. And it's just so easy to use with beads. It's just, like I said, marriage made in heaven, if such a thing. But, it's a perfect pairing of material to use. And so I love it. I'm kind of a
Can you mix the epoxy sculpt with polymer clay?
Yes, I use the two together all the time. There's a couple of things that what I tend to do is I tend to do a piece of polymer that then is incorporated into my epoxy clay creation, or I do something made out of epoxy clay that's then inserted into my polymer clay creation. A long time ago, I had experimented with, because somebody told me you could do this, mixing both epoxy and polymer together, working with it, then baking. I have not done that for a decade, and I don't know whether it worked or didn't work. I have no memory of that. So I wouldn't say you could put the two together, although I will talk to the people who make it and see what they think. But if you want to use one with the other, I do that all the time. And it does work out beautifully, because once epoxy clay is cured, like I said, it takes about an hour or two to start getting a little bit less sticky, and then maybe 6 to 8 hours for it to be firm, and a full 24 hours to cure. But once it's firm, it can go in and out of the oven, no problem. It doesn't shrink, it doesn't crack. So you can use it as an armature, like let's say at a rock, and you wanted to stick wires on it, so then you can make one of those tree of lights with all your beads. Yeah, use the epoxy clay for that. And then you wanted to put, oh wait, I want to put polymer clay on for the grass. Great, do that and bake it. So it is very compatible with anything else you're working with, you know, resins, all that stuff. It does not have a chemical reaction to any of the other materials. So it is definitely cool.
Awesome. Can we emboss a pattern into the clay with paper craft embossing folders?
Wow, that is a fantastic question. I have never tried it. And my guess is, do you, are the folders made out of like a mylar or a plastic, like a non-stick surface? I would assume they probably are. If so, yes, absolutely you can. If it has to go through a machine, I would not, because then the epoxy clay is going to stick to the machine. But if it's just a matter of pressing the pattern in and taking it off, what I would suggest is that you use something as a release. Cornstarch works nicely, sometimes a spritz of water, something so that you can press it and then pull it off again would work the best. But yeah, I use silicone molds oftentimes, or even rubber stamps, as long as there's a bit of a release on there. It works out fabulously. Because like with these non-stick surfaces, like you can tell, oh, it's stuck to that. While you're working with it, you know, over here, it is stuck great. Once it dries, it peels right off. But like if I was to use something made out of, you know, rubber or silicone and press it on, it might kind of be hard to peel it back up, which would mess up your image. But if you're a little spritz of water or a little dusting of cornstarch, then we're super grand.
Do the two parts of the epoxy sculpt have a shelf life?
That is the wonderful thing about it. So you're always going to get two parts, a base and a hardener. I forget how they're called, but basically A and B. And you keep them separate until you're ready to use them. And like any other two-part thing, once you mix it, it's a chemical reaction that will end up in the thing changing its composition, which means in this case hardening. But separately, those things can have, I think the company recommends a 1 to 2 year shelf life, but I've talked to them about it because I have some that's 5, 6, 7 years old. It works great. What happens over time is the hardener starts getting a little stiffer and can even get a little crusty, but it does not affect it at all. It'll still work great. So what you want to do is maybe always test it just to be sure, you know, not use it immediately on your most favorite things. Don't stick all your diamonds in it without testing it, but, you know, mix a little bit up, see if it hardens in 24 hours, you're good to go. But I often will take, you know, the hardener, which is the gray part. Everything has a gray and then a colored part. That, and put it in a little Ziploc bag, put it in hot water for like 5 minutes. And that just sort of softens everything up. Then you can mix them and it works terrific. But yeah, shelf life is, you know, forever. So that's really handy because not all materials have a long shelf life, but this does.
Tammy mentioned she uses it to make fairy houses, which my kids would just like absolutely die over.
Oh, you know what? The possibilities are endless because imagine using it just as a cementing thing. So like you have a whole bunch of little jars and little cans, and you know, and you put them all together with the thing, and then you start covering them. I mean, you know, what's not to love about that? And you can buy it in pound and even 4-pound containers. So you can get enough to where you just mix what you need, and they can stick rocks in it for the surface of the fairy houses and all that stuff. I mean, yeah, it is a beautiful material. I have really loved it because it's low odor. I mean, it's sticky, and if you get it on something, you know, you don't want it to leave it there because it'll stick to your tile or whatever. But it's not like a mess. It's just great. You can paint it afterwards. It's just a beautiful thing. And I think especially for beaders, I mean, I know this isn't like the end all and be all of designs, but it's kind of like, well, how fun is that? I had a little bit left over. I stuck a few things in it. Now I have a pendant. You know, it's like, it's that easy. It's really cool.
Do you have any of your hearts right there to show us for your giveaway? They're so pretty. The very first time I met Christy, I was at CHA and she was doing these adorable hearts as a make it take it. And so I actually have one of these hearts in my jewelry box that I made with you years ago, and they're so pretty. Each one is unique and special, and they're going out with orders, right? Yeah, just all you got to do is order $25 or more on my site from now until Valentine's Day, and I will tuck one in.
Isn't that pretty? You don't
Like
have
a
to do anything.
special
You don't.
card?
Aren't they great? Yeah. So you don't have to do a thing. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to enter a code. I'll just put it in there for you. And if you, if you don't get up to $25 and you go, oh crap, you can go place a second order. I'll combine them and refund any shipping extra and stuff like that. But it's just so fun. And I often do hearts with epoxy clay as well. I did these out of polymer because I wanted all the color. With epoxy clay, I would do it because I want all of the inclusions. Like, if you've got a whole handful of rhinestones lying around, oh my gosh, the ones that have like the foil backing work ideal. You just make a little heart shape and just shove them all in. I mean, it's just, you can't go wrong with this stuff. It's just the best. But I'm so glad, Sarah, I had forgotten that we had connected and had a heart moment together. That's awesome.
A heart to heart, yeah.
A heart to heart. Oh, that touches me so.
I think, Dan, I think this will be my last question. Well, there's so many of them.
I know,
Dan
right?
asks, what is the difference between the two parts? I think you've explained that, haven't you?
Actually, it depends. She might be saying the difference between the two materials like polymer clay or epoxy clay, or the difference between the two parts. So I'm going to answer both.
Okay.
The two parts is one is a hardener and one is a base. So the base is typically colored. Like I said, this one happens to be blue, but it comes in white and black and yellow and red and all that stuff. And the hardener is what activates the thing. So if you were talking about the two parts of the epoxy clay, that's the answer to that. If you were talking about the difference between polymer clay and epoxy clay is two parts that need to be mixed to activate, and then it air dries. It's a cement that you can shove things on and they will just dry on the surface once they're pressed in. A polymer clay is a clay-like plastic. It's a polymer, it's a plastic that needs to be cured in the oven to harden. And you can add things to that as well. Neither one melts. You can like put all of these little bits and pieces and things in, but they usually have to be anchored with wire or head pin or something to make sure that there's a internal physical attachment. They don't just stick on the surface. So I'll use them depending on what I want to do. Like if I want to work with shell bits and sand and glass shards, I use epoxy clay because I can stick it on. If I want to just put in beads and things with holes in them, then I'll use polymer clay because I can embed it that way. And we are not baking this, Debbie. The epoxy clay air dries, so you just stick them all in, ignore it for a day, and then come back and it's perfect.
Just stick it on something that you can remove, like a saran wrap or a silicone base, and it'll dry.
Yeah, and even like a Ziploc baggie, you can work on that. Yeah, all that stuff is just fantastic.
No pasta machines because it'll stick to it.
Correct.
Covered that.
Yep.
I think everyone's just saying how wonderful it was. Oh, can you dye it with ink?
Not while it's wet because it changes the chemical composition, but you can put on inks and paints and alcohol inks and all that stuff after it's dry to color it. No problem. You can make beads with it. Absolutely. The only drawback is that hole. You have to have something that's non-stick to make that hole. So you could put it around a plastic straw and it would be just fine. And you can pull the straw out and off you go with your beads. So that works.
Okay, I think we got it all. I think we got all the questions. We're going to stop the questions now.
Right. Never ending there. Well, thank you guys. I'm obviously going to hand it back to Sarah, who has other things to talk to you about, but I really appreciate being asked to be part of this. Aloha from my little teeny studio here in Maui, which is where I am. And this has been fun to be the tail end of this amazing little event of creativity, which I'm loving. Thank you very, very much.
We love you so much, Christy. Thank you for spending time with us and for your expertise and sharing something that's probably really new to a whole lot of folks here. And of course, go follow Christy Friesen on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and all the places. She has a lot of different groups too. So what's the best group for a brand new person to join?
I would say go, if you're a Facebook person, that's going to be the most interaction, and that is my Christy's Creative Neighborhood. If you're a YouTuber, go to Christy Universe and you'll see it there. Those are the best two for information and know-how, and obviously the Facebook one for interaction and support. Yeah, thank you for asking.
Thank you so much for being here. We love you to pieces.
Thank you. Love you too. Bye, everybody.
Oh my gosh, did we make it through 5 hours, you guys? I can't even believe this. I have the giveaway running. I'm going to give you just a minute. If you haven't put your hashtag kiss in for the giveaway. You know, do it now in the comments. It'll only count once. So, you know, you can do it multiple times, but it only count once. So make sure you get it in there. Also, I'd like to give you a chance to like this video, especially if you've been watching for a full 5 hours. You know, we put a lot of work into these events and all the kits and getting all the instructors together and organizing it. So that little like on the video means a ton to all of us, whether you're on the Jessie James Beads page, the Soft Flex page, the YouTube channels, wherever it is you've been tuning in from. Please click that like button and share this video with your favorite creative people in your life. I hope you guys had a great time. I saw questions about whether you can replay it. Absolutely. It will be available on the Soft Flex Company YouTube channel and Facebook page. And I assume Jessie James Beads will keep it up on their Facebook page as well. And you can come back and replay any part and fast forward and rewind. And I will post pictures of all the fun stuff I made today as well, which are other options with the same beads and materials. So I hope you guys had such a good time. I'm going to click over and we're going to pick our winner now. So hopefully they're here. Let me share my screen. And a giveaway. Let's see how many people entered the giveaway. 116. Awesome. Thank you guys. You have just 1 second to put in hashtag kiss before I click this draw button and pick our winner. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Draw. Who will our winner be? We will send you a kit. We can send you the Chocolate Kiss Design Kit. Hi, Bess Collins on YouTube. You are a winner. Please check in the comments so we know you're still here and can claim your prize. We'll send you a Chocolate Kiss Design Kit unless you've already picked one up. Then we'll talk with you about a different kit too. There's other possibilities. And let me check and see if you're here. Thomas, give me a yay if you saw her comment on here, because it always goes by so fast. I can't always catch it. Oh, there she is. Yes, I'm here. I caught ya. Awesome. Email info@softflexcompany.com to claim your prize. Thomas will also email your name in so that they know that you won a Chocolate Kiss Design Kit. And then if you do have one already and you want one again, you can, or if you want something different, we'll work that out through email. I can't believe we did this today. 5 hours. Next time I'm going to go around the whole world. I'm looking. If you guys know anybody doing jewelry making videos in English so that most of our viewers can understand it, anywhere around the world, Australia, Japan, Africa, Germany, wherever, send them my way because they might be in our next Bead Around the World journey because people are making jewelry everywhere around the world. People are making beads everywhere around the world. And we are in such a special art form that we can share that with each other. So send them my way through info@softflexcompany.com and I'll take a look and maybe they'll be in our next adventure. All right. Thank you so much. Big thank you to Thomas for being here the whole day in the background. You are awesome. And of course, please check us out at softflexcompany.com. And don't forget to go over to jessiejamesbeads.com, see what they have going on. They always have new products, new promotions, and lots of fun happening on their website as well. And definitely take advantage of that 25% off on all Valentine items at the Soft Flex Company website. Thanks for joining me today, and I will see you guys again. I hear the kids in the background. I'll see you again soon.